best kind of pets are outdoor pets, the ones that don't come inside. Carol. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. To keep buying things that you'll never own and you're not allowed to pick yourself. Phone, houses, phones, computers. Where's it right there? Fucking dog. Come on the fight. You coming? Right. You play. No. I know you're saying other things. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You mean like political whip? Swimming? Hey! Hey! Pass the line! And here he comes. Yeah, but that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm gonna come play with you. Hey! What? Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Hey, sorry. I'm sorry about that. And go back to. Sounds like you're speaking a different fucking language. Oh, what? You're about to stand by advance. baby. I was using my fucking screen like this whole day. And I had to sue it. I put A on there. Time to look. Whiskey, upstate. What point? Oh, idiot. Here. There you go. Come. Conservative Quebec. Yeah, but that's not really conservative. Because you're conservative Quebec, I mean, if you're like PC or PQ, you don't want to like commit people that you consider it. You guys have the same thing. Yeah. I thought we skipped the sector. Wait, are you talking that you stepped? Those are the only people who are dedicated to that student. So stepping on the seriously. Yeah. Ugh, really fucking, fucking. This big asshole thinks this is how to speak French. So. Wow. Such hard. How close or should I tell you? Hot dog has 5 minutes. So. Yeah, I never working. They're literally all gone. Up. Working, attending this fucking work, and I'm not. I never work from home. I work for don't do shit. What? Don't mind something. I had to look up trouble. I was like, oh, there. Oh, wait. Party fucking accident. At least I do. Oh yeah. Oh, condos. Oh, fucking. So I get to watch one video a day without YouTube saying that I have an ad blocker, even though it's Opera, so there is no fucking ad blocker. Oh, cool. Oh, come on. Please. Oh, the artwork. Fucking liberal non-flavor. Yeah. Do that. just where is financially something just people speaking ill of. Fucking Christian Freeland. Yeah, Freeland. Fucking who could afford to do this? Unprecedented. Right? What? Never knew. Why would anyone want to fucking live with the country on experience? Yeah, but don't. Tell yourself. Good, don't fight on the road. Fucking job. Can't hear me or this one. Thing in the mirror. I'm sorry to say. What? Stop doing that. Get America first. That's not important. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Unpaid. Yeah. People don't like we are really it's smaller. I don't believe in Canada to lead us as a country.
There it is.
This is all right. So stupid. It's like we have mass migration, and they're like, "Oh, we're not racist. We have like the most cultural fucking place in the world," and we just keep sending them back. We're like, "Okay, not these immigrants, just a little whiter. We want the Ukrainian immigrants." We've decided we don't want the brown immigrants anymore. Apparently, you know what's that? Just keep like getting lighter skin because they ran out of fucking all the Italians and the fucking Irish went back to where they came from. So. Oh, look at that, the Irish doctor who paid the ultimate price for questioning COVID narrative. Oh wow. Toronto Health American. Oh my god, this is funny. Is yeah, and that's the amount of videos I'm allowed to watch. All right, now we're gonna be half an hour for fucking. What? Native. Life. Browser connect to Tor. Wait, what? Wow. Wow. It is. It's so amazing. It's crazy. It's awesome. Oh my god, it's fun. I'm absolutely trying to guard it. Okay. Nope. Can't. Video unavailable. Probably. Is this really happening? Shit you not. I swear Google knows that I'm like copy pasting and putting it in a different browser. What? Why? I got bit, motherfucker. Wow. I'm not doing this. YouTube. The more you don't want me to watch a video, the more I am going to go out of my way to make sure I can find it.
Is it just me, or does it seem like conservatives are getting really comfortable with casual cruelty these days?
The Cruel Kids table.
The Cruel Kids table.
Are you cruel? They want to be able to say slurs.
People feel like they can say the R word specifically.
We're going to call them facts and again.
Many people feel or see a power in that.
It was an
What?
Kids table.
The Cruel Kids table.
Are you cruel? They want to be able to say slurs.
People feel like they can say the R word specifically.
We're going to call them facts and again.
Many people feel or see
That's not fucking real.
The Cruel Kids table.
Are you cruel? They want to be able to say slurs.
People feel like they can say the R word specifically.
We're going to call them facts and again.
Many people feel or see a power.
Did Donald Trump really say we're gonna call them faggots and retards again? No? Where did that video come from? No, he doesn't talk that way. No, what's the comment? Very well. I don't believe that.
Power
but
in that
that's
it was
crazy.
an act of astonishing cruelty and callousness. There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Can you come take it out of my ham? I'm gonna eat half this plate during the break. Maybe I'll call the ice hotline. I don't know if I'll have time. Somebody's getting deported. I actually find it hilarious. I find you guys to be subhuman. Since the inauguration, we've seen conservatives lashing out. They're excited. They're calling people slurs as if it's edgy and not just sad. And while this isn't new by any means, it does feel more intense and shameless now that Trump is in office. But no one is shocked, right? No one is shocked this is happening. Just like no one is shocked who is being targeted. Immigrants. We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get. Also, trans people. It's taking office more than a week ago. He's now taken several actions focusing on transgender people. And really, anyone they lumped in with the DEI label, including women, black people, the rest of the queer community, people with disabilities, and on and on. Everyone knows what we're talking about here. They even made a list for us. NSF employees were given a list of words. This list of words. To look for in grants and flag them for possible termination. This, by the way, is only a sampling of the words. It's much longer. At the policy level, it's clear what the point of this is. DEI is nothing more than an excuse conservatives use to defund, deregulate, and gut whatever public agency is on the chopping block. Trump and Elon want to eliminate more and more parts of the government until all they're left with are the cops and the bits that will keep them rich, cutting out anything and everything that keeps everyone else safe or generally makes life in society have a point. The rhetoric is working side by side with devastating policies, and those policies are making life worse for everyone, but especially those conservatives are painting as different. If all of that is pretty obvious, the rationale behind why DEI specifically works is a little less clear. That is, until you realize that this kind of thing isn't all that new. It's part of a long American tradition of backlash politics. And to really understand it, to really grasp where this misplaced anger against disenfranchised people is coming from, we're going to need to talk about the economic roots of conservative politics and how liberal politicians like Biden and Obama have played into this. Hey everyone, I just wanted to take a quick second to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. With the recent demonetization wave of left-wing channels, a lot of people have very kindly reached out to ask how they can support our work. One of the best ways to keep this channel afloat and get some quality peace of mind while you're at it is to sign up for Aura using my link. If you're not already familiar with Aura, it's an all-in-one digital safety solution that helps protect against identity theft, financial fraud, and online threats. If you're anything like me, I'm sure you're tired of having dozens of separate subscriptions for every aspect of your life. Since I switched to Aura, I've been able to cancel a bunch of those because Aura's got everything I need. It's a VPN, antivirus, password manager, encrypted storage. It provides credit monitoring, script your Aura. It's not your agent. Resign backlash by conservatives. Backlash. Thanks for your consideration. All right, back to the video. Let's talk about backlash. Backlash. If you haven't heard about it before, backlash, commonly white backlash, is a term sometimes here when progressive politics are violently reversed by conservatives. It's usually called white backlash, specifically because we've seen this happen mostly when white conservatives violently make sure white people stay above everyone else. The most obvious example of this happened after the Reconstruction era. If you remember, the 15th Amendment made it so that states couldn't deny black men the right to vote anymore, and as a result, 500,000 black men joined voter rolls and elected nearly 2,000 black representatives. This obviously didn't end racism or white supremacy. That possibility was scary enough that in response, white conservatives got to work finding ways to exclude black voters. You definitely heard of this already.
I have a feeling I just fucked up my lot. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Please. Oh my god, I freaking hate you. God. Please.
1800s. The backlash we saw after Reconstruction, we saw against the civil rights movement, the women's movement in the 70s, and the gay rights movement in the 90s. When poll taxes and literacy tests were abolished, for example, backlash happened through new techniques like gerrymandering, voter ID laws, anti-progressive judge appointments, the war on drugs, and recently, the dismantling of things like affirmative action policies on the grounds of fairness. Meanwhile, by the way, wealthy legacy admissions are completely untouched, and it's not hard to see all this new anti-DEI stuff as another example of backlash. DEI is the new woke. Woke was the new CRT. CRT was the new BLM. BLM was the new politically correct. And PC was the new civil rights activist. So on and so on. In the mouths of conservatives, these words are synonyms for black, trans, gay, woman, and all those things become shorthand for bad, unqualified, titled, lazy, or undeserving.
Yeah, but Starbucks is
This might sound
orientation
exaggerated to some people, but we just saw an incredibly obvious example of this when that helicopter crashed into a plane in DC earlier this year.
That a small aircraft collided with a helicopter.
Trying to recover the wreckage from the American Airlines jet and the Army helicopter, both colliding, killing everyone on board the two different aircrafts.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions.
Trump immediately blamed DEI in the vaguest terms possible, giving conservatives a long leash to flood social media with their attempts at finding out if anyone involved was indeed DEI, meaning not a straight white guy. They assumed, without needing to say it explicitly, that if everyone involved was a straight white guy, then they couldn't possibly be unqualified. As if white men had a monopoly on being qualified, despite the fact that if there's any group whose race and gender has given them a leg up, it's white men. Knowing full well that the odds were high that someone involved wouldn't fit that bill, the conservative project for the week became finding out every single person involved and, based exclusively on their identity, figure out if they really deserved to be there. And for a minute, they were happy, because one of the pilots was a trans woman. Except, no, she wasn't involved. Jo Ellis, the trans woman misidentified by thousands of conservatives online, is alive and well. But in the frenzy to find a scapegoat, her identity became a lightning rod for the anti-trans backlash crowd. Another piece of evidence in favor of letting the system continue to pump out white supremacy. But let's refocus. To hear the right talk about wanting to say slurs and moving further right explicitly for that purpose, then slashing anything related to progressive causes, they usually imply that it's because the left went too far. As if anybody actually suffered because they were told saying slurs could be inconsiderate. As though DEI policies ever reversed the racist hiring and firing practices of American businesses or resolved the disparities we have in our society. It doesn't matter. Woke was just too much too fast. That's something we've heard a lot from conservatives, particularly from apolitical comedians. But what I haven't told you yet is that even though I keep using the word backlash, almost every single incident of backlash in American history actually took place before progressives had made material progress. All of this stuff, all this conservative anger and reactionary politics, it's almost never based on any actual loss of privilege from what these losers consider normal people, but almost entirely on the fear of losing those privileges.
I will never support somebody that will put me at a disadvantage because of immutable characteristics. Maybe you do not need that.
I'm so lost, even though anybody's talking about right now. I don't understand what trans has.
You've probably
Tyler
heard
is
the
trans
argument.
and she didn't
I'm
crash an
better
airplane.
off saving money each month than investing in pet insurance. To see if that's true, let's do the math. But
But I think I should be treated fairly, the same as everybody else is. And if somebody says that I shouldn't be treated fairly and I should be put at a disadvantage, then I'm going to vote against them. And you can say that it's not fair or whatever. Never.
In their minds, equality is a slippery slope that ends with them at the bottom of the hierarchy. Every attempt to redress inequality is therefore reverse racism or giving them a disadvantage, even though it's obviously not. It's a fear that's well documented and completely unfounded. Let me put it clearly.
If you are not born as a normal white guy, you will face obstacles that are unique to your group
Like
and that
crashing a
normal
plane?
white guys won't. And the conservative fear that locks those
Or not
obstacles in
crashing a
place
plane?
is a direct product of the conservative politics of racial
Ah.
capitalism. That's actually always been the case. Take the Civil Rights Act. Remember how I mentioned that it also experienced backlash? Well, to be more accurate, prior to it being voted in, conservatives were fear-mongering that it would mean favoritism and special privileges for Black Americans. The Civil Rights Act. Conservatives lied, and white Americans were worried that integration would mean subjugation, that they'd be forced to sell their houses to Black Americans, or that Black people would, quote, take over the country. Again, this was during the Jim Crow era, and none of that was ever part of the Civil Rights Act, obviously. But the newspapers were filled with calls that the civil rights movement was going too far, moving too fast, that they were being unreasonable. Politicians were getting letters from white voters saying, quote, wait a minute, we've got rights too, as if white people's rights were ever in question. The right mobilized to pump out a message of fear and reaction that would block the left on their path to material progress towards equality, thwarting the economic equality that was part of the civil rights movement's demands. The same is true today. DEI initiatives haven't meaningfully transformed the distribution of wealth or power in this country. That doesn't mean it's an entirely bad thing, but by and large, it's a weak attempt by corporations to look less evil without needing to do much. Yes, there are a few women and queer and Black people in positions of power, but them just being there hasn't dismantled the system of producing inequality that unfairly targets the groups they belong to. Just to remind you, the average Black or Latino household is still far below the average white household in terms of wealth, as is the average queer household. Members of all these groups, non-white people, queer people, those with disabilities, are also still experiencing discrimination and harassment at incredibly high rates, on top of higher levels of poverty, homelessness, and unemployment.
You're one Black man who went to a good, essentially white high school in the city of New York. You obviously had had a good education. That's a good many of the people who...
On top of higher levels of poverty, homelessness, and unemployment.
For decades compared with the general population, LGBT people faced increased risk of experiencing economic insecurities such as higher rates, poverty, unemployment. What? Not only has the pandemic disproportionately affected LGBT people, but the recovery has also likely perpetuated existing inequalities, leaving many LGBT workers stranded in low-quality jobs. Okay, we're done here. Why? I don't understand why they've even blocked that video for me so hard. Like, I disagreed with basically everything, which is not usual. I usually really like that guy. Ooh, yes.
Not all probiotics are made the same. Seeds DSO1 helps you poop more and bloat less. The 24 pre and probiotics.
Wow. Okay. Oh, really?
What is going on with Israel as President Trump gets ready and set to head to the Middle East? Why is Benjamin Netanyahu being edged out of the picture? And it seems like the mainstream media is changing its tune as well, coming around on this, now calling out genocide in Gaza. Like multiple mainstream news organizations are saying, hey, why did the West step back and not call out this genocide in Gaza? Why are the mainstream media finally coming around on this?
It's perplexing, right? Absolutely perplexing. So we're going to break that down. We're also going to talk about how Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, has realized there is a thing called being British. There is a thing called actual British culture. All of a sudden, he thinks that's okay. He thinks that he needs to create limits to mass migration. He says he wants to stop the experimentation on mass migration. Way to wake up. What's happening, Clayton, is that world leaders are saying the absolute obvious. It's like that Captain Obvious commercial.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Plus, we're going to talk about George Soros has been linked to a number of these illegal immigration plans and NGOs inside the United States. This is shocking. We're going to go through that as well today. We're going to talk about that and so much more. Plus, Trump's prescription drug plan, slashing prices by up to 80%. We'll talk about all of that and more. But first, let's talk about our friends over at Black Forest Supplements, because cocoa flavanols have insane health benefits. Did you know that? I'm talking about boosting nitric oxide, improving heart health, regenerative brain
All of
cells.
you with the fucking
Listen right here to world renowned.
unbelievable how many fucks I do not give.
The close up on
We
my
have
hair.
all sorts of issues today, so
I washed and blow dried
let's do
my
it.
hair. Yeah, and I see other people saying that Moats TV had an outage. It's just, this is the day. Okay, I don't feel so bad, but we have news to get to. So the Trump administration went around the Israeli government and negotiated the release of a hostage that has dual citizenship. This person has Israeli and American passports. Never was there a better ad for holding an American passport than the fact that Israel has left this person to die, and the Trump administration cannot abide this. Now, reports are that the Netanyahu regime is not happy with this. They were left out of the negotiation. And Witkoff, Steve Witkoff, the envoy to President Trump, is saying Israel is just not even trying. They're not trying to get their people back. Of course, we've reported that for months now, that Israel is not trying to release the hostages. And in fact, that the Palestinian offer was always all for all, because Israel has hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. That's what Hamas wanted, was the release of those people. And Israel continues to pee in the pool, basically.
Yeah, I mean, and so this all comes as multiple reports say that Trump is finished with Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, you saw this kind of happening over the weekend. Like, wait a second, is the Trump administration starting to really edge out the Netanyahu regime? Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, is wildly unliked right now in Israel. And Steve Witkoff saying that they want to continue this war. Continuing this war keeps Netanyahu in power.
That's why he thinks it's okay to kill
I'm
babies.
telling you, a few weeks ago, of course, we reported here on the show that Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump are not friends. President Trump does not like Benjamin Netanyahu.
What's to like?
According to sources inside the White House, that has been the case.
I don't know
And
about that.
I swear to God, I had a feeling this was going to happen. I'm not that I'm like a soothsayer, but I'm telling you, when Netanyahu starts to steal President Trump's thunder on a routine basis, like when President Trump, in the middle of the night, so it's the middle of the night, and Netanyahu releases these video messages basically praising the Trump administration for their alignment with Israel.
Yeah,
and then you wake up on the east coast of the United States, and these video messages have been released by Netanyahu at like 4 a.m, so they don't have a chance to respond.
Yeah.
It makes President Trump look foolish
Yeah,
on a
that's
number
it.
of different levels.
Undermining his
And
authority.
I think Scott Ritter nailed it when he says that basically the reason that this is a problem for Israel is because President Trump is a narcissist.
Yeah.
So look at this. He said, Israel is the greatest single threat to the United States, a cancer that has disguised itself as part of the American body. America should be grateful that we elected a narcissist like Donald Trump as president. So think about that for a second. Because, let's be honest, Donald Trump is a narcissist. We know this.
Yeah, he thinks he got the Pope elected.
Yes, but this is the reason this is a big deal. If he's a narcissist, because that means that if you
This is mine,
insult
don't
or
touch
sort of
it.
upstage
Nobody
him
was
in a
using
way,
it, so I thought I could
Or
just
his
take it.
administration.
or his administration, then what you're doing is you're going to get a big middle finger. You're going to be edged out and boxed out, and that's exactly what happened in these hostage negotiations. And Israel wasn't invited to it. They haven't been a party to it. They're being pushed out, and then suddenly the mainstream media, I'm talking this morning, The Guardian, the Financial Times, all suddenly saying that the West should be ashamed of itself for not calling out the genocide in Gaza and what Israel has done in Gaza. Like,
way to catch up. Yeah, how did this happen? Almost 2 years later, almost 2 years of death.
Yes.
They've been able to abide, but now there's a red line. What is that? And in fact, even today, I almost fell out of my chair. Cindy McCain, the wife of John McCain, who wanted a war with Iran, on behalf of Israel. He wanted a war with Iran so bad he couldn't even stand it. And now Cindy McCain is saying that we have this aid because she's a representative for the United Nations, I believe, saying we've been sitting on this aid and people are starving. We should all be ashamed of ourselves. So even legacy warmongers are saying that this is enough. Now we can collectively say we're starving these people. This is collective punishment. Now over the weekend, the Pope, the new Pope Leo, called out the starvation of these people in Gaza. He said that humanitarian aid must reach them. Israel said we can't because these civilians are mixing with Hamas. So by that definition, if in your town there are terrorists or bad people or whatever, and you might have mixed with them, exchanged a straw or something like that, at the little drink station, handed somebody something, then we should all starve. We should all be treated like this, right? By that definition, they're mixing with. What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, so a lot of people in the chat say, yes, he is a narcissist. Others saying, well, Karen Hughes is sick of you redacted calling the president narcissist. By the way, those were Scott Ritter's words, not our words. But I think he's clearly, even Tucker Carlson called it out. He's a guy who talks about big crowd size, and is also definitely is aware of his television presence. Like,
well, okay, so that word in and of itself implies that you can't have love for other people before yourself. And I would say Donald Trump has a large ego and cares very much about perception. I don't know if, it rises to the level of clinical narcissism where he can't love other people. No, if that's what you object to, help myself. No business clinically diagnosing him as a narcissist. So point taken.
Okay. So others are saying how he's absolutely not a narcissist. Either way, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want Netanyahu.
Full plunges and saunas are the ultimate combo for full body recovery. And now, we're not just about the cold anymore. We're bringing you the perfect balance of heat and cold for your
Oh, please.
Upstaging him and setting the tone and tenor of these about any of this, hostage negotiations or otherwise. And so you have the Trump administration just push that out of the conversation. We are not involved in this conversation. Israel is not involved in this hostage release conversation. We're going to do it in other ways. He's flying to the Middle East with a lot of his plate right now, as Ron Paul wrote this morning. He's got a crap show that he's dealing with now. He's got Saudi Arabia, who basically aligned themselves with Iran and formalized a ceasefire and a peace agreement together, and basically brought relations back together between the two of them. He's got the Houthis, who, of course, the Trump administration is trying to put forward this idea that their show of force brought them to the table, and now they don't want to fight anymore. It wasn't that at all. In fact, as Ron Paul pointed out, basically the Trump administration had to retreat from that because it was a failure.
Right.
That's what's happened. So he's going to the Mideast right now with a total crap show in front of him. What could possibly go wrong?
Let's not forget that it's not that Israel made Trump look like a puppet, which is also true. Netanyahu threatened him. He gave him a pager, which is what they use to blow up senior officials in Lebanon. So to give somebody a weapon as a warning, I don't see that as anything other than an unveiled threat. So I think that President Trump has always known. I mean, even if his personality aside, I think a lot of people voted for him thinking he won't be pushed around by Netanyahu, which we have clear reports now that the Biden administration was. That Biden was a puppet of Israel, the same way that the Obama administration was, the same way that many senior
seniors in the first Trump administration were. So what we're watching for now as the hostage becomes released, which there are images of him today. He's supposedly returning to New Jersey within the next few days, and Qatar is a party to this negotiation. He will meet with President Trump. Is what is the narrative around his treatment? Will Israel try to, because Israel left him to die, full stop. They left him to die, right? Will they say, well, he was really poorly treated? I think that's kind of on you. Also, if you left him there, that's also on the Zionist government. Go ahead.
Why? And also, we've reported multiple times that these hostages have not been important to the Israeli government. Full stop. And that is why you have massive amounts of protests in the street of Tel Aviv.
Yes.
Because the release of these hostages has not been important to the Benjamin Netanyahu regime. The moment all of those hostages are released and this war ends, Benjamin Netanyahu is out of power. Now, those aren't my words. Those are multiple words of high-ranking officials who know and study this very, very deeply, and have pointed out that he has been hanging on by tenterhooks. If this war ends, Netanyahu is out of power. He's not well liked. And you even have those of like Ehud Omer, who's basically running against him, saying this, that the whole problem is not with Hamas, it's not with Hezbollah. The former prime minister of Israel saying the main problem is Netanyahu. Listen to this.
I would say the real enemy that we have is not Iran, which is an enemy. It's not Hezbollah, which is an enemy. Well, it's not Hamas, which is an enemy. The real enemy is from within.
Oh, wow.
The Messianic, crazy, extreme groups of Israelis that think that they can kick out the Palestinians and annex their territories. I'm fighting against them, I'm campaigning against them, and I think that this is incumbent upon the Israeli present government and Netanyahu. Unfortunately, Netanyahu depends on them politically to the extent where he closes his eyes and he allows them to do things which are totally intolerable and unacceptable.
I think his eyes are very much open.
What I appreciate so much about that is the inability to reduce things to a binary. So a lot of times if you speak out against the Israeli government, you're accused of supporting Hamas. Obviously, that's not the case. You can wish for peace without supporting what Hamas has done, what they stand for, anything like that. So, yeah, again,
Spanish Fly loves to is such a troll. Love this redacted siding with Hamas. When did we side with a terrorist organization?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that didn't happen on our show at all. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but what we've been talking about is the demon Benjamin Netanyahu who's being edged out of this entire conversation. I think the writing is on the wall. I think President Trump knows that. I think you have members of the Trump administration that know that. But you've seen the same playing card all being played out here. And this is exactly what Zionists are doing right now, coming out to slam President Trump for edging out. Just read Twitter over the past 48 hours. Like, we know what you're doing here, J.D. Vance. We know what you're doing here, President Trump. You're basically edging out Israel. You're throwing Israel under the bus in all of this. Mark Levin, who, here's a Zionist. He absolutely wants war, and he's a warmonger. He absolutely wants war with Iran. Says, I believe the Saudis and the Qataris plan to pressure our country for a Palestinian state or something akin to it during this trip. For Qatar, it means a permanent terrorist state that will continue to fund to destroy Israel. Remember, Qatar is a close ally of Iran's and has spent billions on Hamas, the Taliban, and terror groups throughout the world. For the Saudis, they believe it will be a face-saving measure to enable them to join the Abraham Accords. No one has told me this. I'm just watching and observing. So he's like saying,
that's where you're going. Because I fucking give up.
Hey, I don't know any info. I'm, part of this Trump administration now. I don't know anything about this.
Oh, he also was observing that there have been found secret Iranian nuclear sites now. He just observed that after almost 2 decades of a full decade of the Obama administration sanctioning them on the assumption that they had nukes and never being able to prove it. All of a sudden now, when Israel starts to lose the narrative, when Israel starts to show its fangs, oh, wait, I found it. My mom went looking for it because no one can find anything unless mom goes looking, and you know it.
Well, pointing out Mark Levin, he said, here we go. You're going to see Zionists are going to come out of the woodwork right now. They're going to use the same talking points that got us into war in Iraq. So Saddam's weapons of mass destruction. It's the same playbook these neocons have been using for the last 20 years. Don't fall for it. So regardless of how you feel about Israel, you can separate Israel from the corrupt regime that is the Benjamin Netanyahu regime. Okay, I have friends who used to work for Benjamin Netanyahu and have told me personally how corrupt the man is. They don't work for him anymore. They know. You can stand with Israel, but you can absolutely abhor the Netanyahu regime, and I think the writing is on the wall. It's going to be very interesting over the next few days to see what President Trump does in the Middle East with this trip. And again, it's one of those things where the United States was saying, we want this hostage back. We're going to negotiate to get it done. Israel is stepping in our way. It's getting in our way. They do not want these hostages released because hostages being released means it could potentially mean an end to this conflict, an end to this war, and therefore the Netanyahu government would crumble.
Well, you see it though now. There's a sense of urgency by President Netanyahu. Over the weekend, he spoke of his plan to destroy the Gaza Strip, but this is a quote from him, but the problem as he sees it is that not enough host countries will take the displaced civilians. Here's a quote: "We are destroying more and more homes." You just say that. You know, yeah.
Well, by the way, we should point out 4 days ago, 5 days ago, Netanyahu said we will occupy all of Gaza.
Right.
And Trump administration was like, wait.
I went to the dentist, did an x-ray, and he comes back and he's like, you've got 2 cavities. Like, get him out. So I started doing research on xylitol. And then...
Wait a minute. No. So we are going to step in and try to negotiate actually having peace talks and make sure with Iran on the nuclear deal. We're not going to use you in this conversation. Also, we're going to negotiate the end of release of our hostages without you. So this was, I think that could have been the moment when Netanyahu comes out and says, we will occupy all of Gaza basically in perpetuity. And the Trump administration is like, when, what? Well, come on, whoa. Really? This is going to happen? I think that could have been the catalyst moment. I don't know. Let us know what you think in the comments.
Let me finish this quote because I can't say that. But I said it. So here's what he said. "We are destroying more and more homes, and Gazans have nowhere to return to. The only inevitable outcome will be the wish of Gazans to emigrate outside of the Gaza Strip." And so his problem is that there are not enough host countries to take them. Israel, even though there's innocent civilians, Israel is the non grata. They can't go there, right? So here's a little bit of a thought exercise. Let's pretend that every resident of the Gaza Strip said, okay, well, we're going to live in Cyprus or whatever. Would Israel still pursue them in another place? Obviously not. It's not the people they want, it's the land, clearly. All right.
Yeah. No, and Linda says on in our chat, in our YouTube chat, she says redacted is not anti-Semitic. No, I mean, of course not. They and we, meaning she, Linda as well, are anti-Zionist. Will you people please educate yourselves about this, please? I think our chat room is very, but our chat room is very educated on this. There might be a few people that don't understand the difference, but seriously, just educate yourself on that.
And absolutely, our kids went to diplomatic school. We know a lot of Israeli diplomats. We don't want this murderous reputation to affect innocent people who have nothing to do with this, right? We want this is fostering anti-Semitism because you meet a Jewish person in the world and you think they must be okay with genocide. This is how it's affecting them in the world, right? It's not right. It shouldn't be this way. And it has to end.
Well, like friend of the show, Glenn Greenwald, who is Jewish and a journalist, so, as an American citizen, you have the right as an American citizen to say that you don't want your U.S. tax dollars going to killing innocent people, killing children, killing women. Yes, you could justify it. They're terrorists, killing Hamas. I don't want my American tax dollars going to kill anybody. So as an American citizen, I don't want any bombs going into these bunkers, hitting these civilian hospitals, any of that. I don't want any of that. The same thing in Ukraine.
Well, what do you make of the fact that because you think of the headlines that we've experienced, for instance, when the Israeli military killed those 15 medics that had their lights on
And they said, oh, they were being aggressive. We didn't, and then when the video
Yeah,
came
well-
out, they said, well, it was just a mistake. And the headline from the BBC was Israel, admits something. Well, no, it's not that they admitted anything. They were caught lying. Why is the media all of a sudden reporting on reality?
I don't know. That's the big question to me.
It's
What do you guys think about this? So over the past 48 hours, the Trump administration is distancing themselves from the demon that is Benjamin Netanyahu, and he is Satan by all accounts. And the Israeli people have been protesting by the tens of thousands against this guy. So I think the writing is on the wall of the fall of this demon in Israel. And maybe the Israeli people can have a government that is not aligned with Netanyahu and that party. So you have that over the past 48 hours, the Trump administration distancing themselves. Then you have multiple mainstream media publications, which are never on the side of Trump, right? Financial Times, The Guardian, and others coming out with headlines on how we in the West, should be ashamed of ourselves for not having called attention to the ethnic cleansing that's been taking place in Gaza. Why do you think that is? Like something has shifted, and I'm not sure exactly what it is.
We, the West, is just the way you reported it. The rest of us have a pretty stinking clear conscience.
And why are you
about
blaming?
it.
Yeah, why are you blaming us? Like we've been reporting it from the very beginning.
Right.
Redacted. Like we've been very.
And in fact, social media is pretty clear on who the aggressors here. So I think they're only reporting on themselves. You can't even blame the American people for it.
Or are they also blaming like the Biden administration was quiet? I mean, maybe they're blaming the collective. I don't know.
It's we, the elites,
really weird.
I suppose, we, the Biden administration and the media. But for the most part, the collective we is pretty not okay with this.
Yeah. I don't think you can be against a terrorist group called Hamas. You can be against brutally killing random people like what Hamas did on October 7th. But you can also be against an ethnic cleansing and a genocide, wiping out women and children, killing tens of thousands of civilians. You can also be against those things.
Or, if we're going to rewind the clock, you can be against kidnapping Palestinians and raping them without a G. Long before October 7th, we were against that too.
Vidar Kerr in our Rumble chat says Israel is not ruled from within Israel. They are ruled from
Look into that. I went down a banking cabal rabbit hole last night. That's why the newsletter was so late. About the banking cabal that killed Pope John Paul I. Do you know about this?
No.
Do you want to go down this rabbit hole with me?
Not really.
Because it kept me up really late. I didn't know about it
Yeah.
because it happened when I was 1 month old. But that's some stuff. Are we going to do that? Let's do that
Do it.
together. Okay, I'm going to read the book. We're going to get back to this, but I want to know what you know if you've already known this.
Surveyor of Bear says IDF killed a lot more than Hamas did on October 7th. That's been well documented, yes.
I'm going to take you through a 7-step system for running any business. We call these the 7 forces of business mastery.
I was able to grow my business by 110% in just 12 months after hitting a 2-year revenue ceiling. I did.
Davey says, don't buy it. A false flag incoming. Again, whenever I see this stuff, I always smell false flags. So, like, what kind of a false flag? The media is now calling out Israel. Like, something is really fishing here. Trump is turning away from the Netanyahu regime. Like, I don't know. I smell a fish. I smell something funny. I smell something funky. All right.
Okay, the Pope book, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this together. Name of the book is called In God's Name by David Yallop. It was an instant hit in 1984. I was in kindergarten, so I missed it. But I'm not going to miss it now. Yeah, we're coming back around to this. So let me know if you're in. You're in or you're in? You're in on redacted, so you're in. You have to be in on all conspiracies. That's why you came here. All right, let's shift gears to talk about immigration in the United Kingdom. Do we dare do the ad before? What do you
Why
think?
wouldn't we?
Oh, because we didn't have the elements earlier. But okay, before we do that, Clayton has something to tell you about our friends over at Soul.
I love Soul. I'm telling you what, we're not big well, but 100 pages on it's painful. It's painful. The force the Long March, like all of these pieces of Mao's history that exists. So it's important to understand that as you have a lot of people on the left who love to praise socialism and praise communism. Really? Maybe you should read this book. You should read this book to understand the barbarity of it all, with Stalin's help funneling weapons and material and support for Mao, and just how cunning and basically what a coward the guy is. An absolute coward the guy is, who his father was really a capitalist. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here, but I'm just fascinated by this part. Like his father was able to buy land, he worked hard, and he was able to have a family farm because he worked hard, and he was able to provide, and he became, and he rose up from the bottom because in many ways he was a capitalist.
But he denounced his land-owning family when he decided, that he was mounted.
And so he eschewed hard work. Like, go out in the field and help with the farm, son. And he was like, he couldn't stand to get his hands dirty. Like, to me, it's like emblematic of like communism and socialism. And his father was by all accounts a capitalist. It was able to bring like wealth and prosperity to his family. And here's this little piece of garbage coward who didn't do any hard work.
Literally everyone around.
We need to preserve our culture, but people have been arrested for saying exactly that thing on social media. That it's kind of worth it to be British. That's what we are. We have a culture. We have a language. We would like to maintain that. I mean, how is it? Why now? I mean, I don't understand why this is happening. He has been faced with the social decay of merging too many people like the Tower of Babel in one place. So now some of the rules of pay, as Jim Ferguson talked about this tomorrow, in the UK has been warning about this. Some of the rules include you must assimilate, you must learn English. Many countries already have these rules. You must learn the language of the country you're trying to get the passport to. So
I thought that was pretty obvious.
No, and it's the same weird thing where these guys run on a certain level.
Well,
Parks in the middle of the UK, and they're just raped, they're attacked on a regular basis. This is happening all across Europe.
There must be something.
no.
Something after President Trump meets with Keir Starmer last week.
yeah.
And they have this
No.
agreement,
Whiskey?
this new trade agreement in place together, and they've sort of aligned themselves in a way. I can't help but wonder if something came out of those talks about their immigration status.
With who?
With Trump last week, with the UK trade deal. If there was some sort of backroom dealing about putting your foot down about illegal immigration.
Or do you think he just was embarrassed that the United States is making an effort to preserve its culture and language?
If you make that much money, no, I don't think you get embarrassed. No, my arms. You? Not. Inside. Go. No, you're being a brat. Come here. Okay, can you take a picture, please? I hurt my arms.
About Manchester, and I love that he played "Life Is a Pigsty" by Morrissey, one of my favorite songs.
I don't know, actually. I know your dog bit me really hard, which is why I put him inside. Like, he had a full-on tantrum at me. Started biting my fucking arm. Oi, get inside.
To get all the way there, I mean, I guess we don't have to go all the way to apocalyptic. But why now? So again, this is something we're going to talk to Jim Ferguson about tomorrow. And again, the language and
Oh my god.
the top-down
Yeah, I think it's from him biting me.
for instance,
Right here?
I wasn't in the royal
Right here?
family. One of the
Oh,
senior
Bill
royals
Bugs.
that was
No, it's him biting me.
Oh, him. Oh, shit, baby.
I told you, he bit me really fucking hard.
No, we have to stop him.
Well, no, he had like a temper tantrum at me. Wow, yeah, look, feel.
called a racist, and they said, "Well, I'm English." They said, "Yes, but where's your family from?" And that person took such offense to the idea
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Is why I put him inside. He fucking didn't listen.
because they said, "See, the royal family is super racist." So you see a black person, and you think, "Oh, but where do you hail from?" Right? Because English people have not seen the sun; they don't have dark pigment. That's an offensive question. This has been a
Where do you hail from? Is an offensive question?
The narrative is that English people do not look white. Full stop. And we don't have our own culture.
I mean, people are so offended. It's ridiculous. If you want to look at how is immigration in the past 10 years, has it been good for Britain? So a recent YouGov poll.
Overwhelming majority of Britons think that it's been bad for their country. So maybe they're reading maybe they're reading the awful British tea leaves and realizing that, you know what, most Most actual Brits don't want illegal immigration anymore. They don't want all of these refugees pouring into their countries.
You don't even have to be a wealthy country to not want illegal immigration. Portugal is now deporting illegal immigrants because
This is really
people
fucking
don't like
stupid.
it. They like to have their safety of their own nationality. What a novel thought.
And it's also massively increased unemployment. So then you have all of these people who are unemployed. Just look at the Danish people. I mean, this is so you had
I am literally disagreeing with every single thing that all my usually favorite channels were saying today. Like, hey, I even looked it up because I very much doubt that Donald Trump said this. Wait, it's like a little
Save
fucking
time
clip.
creating content and generate a high quality.
And they're basically talking about, like, the comparison was that the DEI thing is like attacking racial rights and gender rights because the DEI thing was canceled, which is basically saying, like, you can't let your kid become trans if they're under 18. You can't let them have operations and shit, and you can't hire people and fire people just because they fall into a certain category for their sexual orientation. I thought workplaces were not even allowed to ask you or inquire about my sexual orientation, but when I'm applying at Starbucks, they're asking me what my fucking pronouns are and what I identify as. I'm like, I thought it's illegal to ask me that, like, in a work environment, like, because it's not relevant to my job. Oh. Hello. Hello. Hi.
What was he texting me yesterday?
Oh, the new stuff is really good, and you should put it at a higher price. Not saying you should put it at a higher price for me, but
Which new stuff?
what's it called, Yen? What? Formative fruit?
Forbidden fruit?
Oh, forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Yan said, I keep almost saying Joker, and I don't know why. Yan fucking said that you shouldn't price it higher for us, but it's really nice weed, and the nugs are ridiculous.
Okay.
Okay, that's all.
What was the other one? The Mup and Runs, I think?
Yeah, it's okay. It's good filler weed.
I'm running out anyways.
It's fine, it's just good filler weed.
Okay, well, because I had one try at the forbidden fruit. They told me it was too mild, but I think it's just being picky.
Well,
Everybody else likes it.
Well, no, it's really pretty. Aesthetically, it looks really nice.
Well, I know, but that's why I took it. Because it's big nuts and no shakes.
Yeah, but not only that, it's a lot of people want fucking weed that's gonna fuck them up like a heroin fucking high.
Yeah, that's
And
why everybody's different.
whatever.
But with you, it doesn't matter how much I sell it because I always charge you cut.
Yeah, I know that.
Or I've been up. If it's 48 my thoughts, I go 50. You know.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, you should price higher.
But I like to stay under 100 because it just shows their desires to go to the SQTC.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I'd rather keep the price fair. I make enough money.
Just a
Thanks
suggestion.
for letting me know.
Okay.
All right, have a good night.
Okay, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Weird. Okay.
Isn't say the R word specifically.
We're gonna call them facts and retards again.
How many people feel or see a
That was the clip. That's exactly what I thought. Cause like
The Cruel Kids table.
The Cruel Kids table. Are you cruel?
They want to be able to say slurs.
People feel like they can say the R word specifically.
We're gonna call them facts and retards again.
How many people feel or
absolutely. And you know what? I looked it up. I was like, did Trump actually say faggots and retards? Because it's not the way he talks. He doesn't speak like that. Especially not when he's fucking in front of a camera. He's smarter than that. That's why when they were like, oh, the call between Putin and Donald Trump, it's like fucking, they're probably doing like some underground deal. He's like, no, I made it a public thing for a reason. It wasn't just us having a personal phone call where I called him up on his personal phone. he had his advisors on his end. Trump has his guys in the Oval Office. It was on a call on speakerphone with a bunch of people in the room. There was nothing nefarious about it. It's ridiculous. But I couldn't find the clip that they just used anywhere. And I couldn't find any reporting on it of someone being like, oh, if he said that, that's pretty fucked up. Like, but I really don't think he said that. And there's really nowhere else I can find him saying that. But that's on the Second Thought channel. I usually really like that guy. And I usually agree with the most, like, majority of the things he says. But, like, basically everything today was, like, so... I don't even know.
Or maybe he was saying that he never said those words, and then he said those words.
Yeah, exactly. But even on Redacted, they're saying like, oh, Trump's government, or like the government's now saying that you have to speak English if you're going to be an immigrant here. I'm like, okay, why is that bad? I kind of really agree with that because of the French problems that we have in Quebec. Like, why would you bring someone to this country who can't speak the language? That means they're going to be no addition to the society. And then how are they supposed to incorporate themselves into that society? They can't really get a job. Like, but I guess it's like if you're like from China and you move to Chinatown here and you don't associate with anybody who's not Chinese. Like, you can do that, I guess, but it's not helpful to the overall environment. Like,
we're not going anywhere. And if you feel that you have problems with First Nations, you could leave.
Danielle Smith's talk of a potential Alberta separation referendum in 2026 has Indigenous leaders furious. Some have even threatened to stop any energy development and exploration on their lands until their voices are heard.
This is treaty country, and any
I 100% agree with this guy. I think that Alberta was kind of like, well, I think it started off as a joke where they're like, well, if Quebec wants to separate, maybe Alberta should separate too. And then I think Quebec fucking flipped their shit. It was like, no, only Quebec can separate. And then Alberta was like, okay, well, what if we were serious? Like, because you can't say that only Quebec can do it. And that's why, like, the PQ leader, he just flipped the script on it completely. Saying like, no, you know what? Actually, Alberta should be able to separate, just as Quebec should be able to separate. And I was like, it's kind of like a little bit off script for a Quebec leader or a separatist leader that he agrees with another province separating. But I think it's undemocratic. You're saying that you don't have faith as a province, you don't have faith in Canada to be able to properly run the province. It's anti-Canadian saying you want to separate. It's saying that you don't believe in Canada. Like,
separation is really insanity.
The reality
why are you going to
is
take
the
away
chief's
from
concerns
Canada
will need to be
instead of
heard in
grow
any
Canada?
separation conversation. That's because the entire province is made up of treaty territory or national parks. Keep in mind, the logistics of Quebec separation took decades to finalize before fizzling, and since then, Canada has only further acknowledged Indigenous people have the right to self-determination.
We're not going anywhere. And if you feel that you have problems with First Nations, you could leave.
Danielle Smith's talk of a potential Alberta separation referendum in 2026 has Indigenous leaders furious. Some have even threatened to stop any energy development and exploration on their lands until their voices are heard.
This is treaty country, and any talk of separation is really insanity.
The reality is the chief's concerns will need to be heard in any separation conversation. That's because the entire province is made up of treaty territory or national parks. Keep in mind, the logistics of Quebec separation took decades to finalize before fizzling, And since then, Canada has only further acknowledged Indigenous people have the right to self-determination.
Congratulations, first of all, on your win. I'm very sorry for everything you and your family continue to go through. Your win is not without controversy, obviously, and in particular, some comments you've made.
You know that movie we watched? The one about Gaza that took forever to find? It's this guy, which was a very good point that the interviewer's making. He won an award for it, but it's like, how are you supposed to be happy to win an award about a film like this?
Refusing this award.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. He should have been like, fuck this award. It's not the point.
Yeah.
Like, you should not feel good about this. Not something like, wow, it's so inspiring. You should fucking be concerned.
The past about the Israeli hostages have been very controversial, where you have said that most of the hostages held by Hamas are not actually hostages. I believe you specifically singled out Emily Damari, who's a 28-year-old who was kidnapped from her home and held for 471 days and lost 2 fingers. I'm just wondering, is there anything you want to clarify about those comments?
First of all, I did not question her status as a hostage, as a hostage because she's a hostage, but because what other Palestinians who were kidnapped. I mean, I don't want to name people, but I have people in my family who were kidnapped from checkpoints, from schools, from shelters, and they are named prisoners. So my question was, why should Emily and other hostages be named hostages while my loved ones should be named prisoners? So that was the question. I've never denied anyone suffering. I know that everyone is suffering, Israelis and Palestinians. But why are our sufferings not acknowledged? Why are we called terrorists? Why are we called prisoners of war? While the Israelis who were kidnapped from Israel are named hostage. Does this give them more humanity because they are Israelis, while my loved ones are being named prisoners and they are tortured? I mean, I myself, by the way, I was kept hostage for 53 hours. I was blindfolded and handcuffed and was beaten in my face and asked for the Israeli soldiers to see a doctor, and they denied me any medical treatment. So no one is talking about this. Why? They are not acknowledging my suffering. So I questioned, why are they given this privilege of being called a hostage? While I am called in all the social, in all news platforms, I was detained. I was a prisoner. Why? Am I less human than anyone else? So that was the question. It was not
That
the
is
question
what they think.
that
They
she was
think
not
that you are
kidnapped,
not
that she was not tortured.
They don't
I did
see you
not
as a
talk
human.
about
Like,
question that she was not kidnapped, that she was not tortured. I did not talk about any of this.
Well, you did criticize some Western outlets for humanizing the hostages.
Because we are not humanized.
Well, I guess my question to you is, wouldn't the better approach to be to humanize everyone, to treat all humans?
Do you know what I'm going through every day?
Don't murder them.
Do you
I
know,
cannot
do you know
even
how
imagine.
many members of my family were killed?
I cannot even
31
imagine.
members of my family were killed in one airstrike. Wow. And 4 of them were first cousins, were killed, 2 of them with their husband and their children. And you are questioning me how to use language here?
Oh, you brought it up. I'm just asking you to elaborate on comments you had made that have attracted a lot of criticism. That's all
Well, I
I'm
mean,
asking.
you know what? There is the point, and I would like everyone to understand it. A Palestinian won a Pulitzer Prize. What do you expect the other side to say?
Oh, wow.
Are they going to celebrate it?
wow.
Congratulations.
Wow. Whiskey, stop. Oh, Trump made a deal with China. Trump made a deal with China over tariffs. Productive talks, Trump said. 90 days while trade talks continues. So U.S. China to lower tariffs for 90 days while the trade talks continue. But it's very positive already. Shocker there.
Because Trump loves China. China all the time.
Because Chinese people are very polite, even if they don't like you.
Yeah.
They will not insult you. Like,
You can't eat wheat. I dare you to just take some wheat and eat it. Try chewing that stuff. Go for it.
There's a lot of things you can't eat raw, you fucking moron. You also can't eat a pig. You can eat bacon. So no, yeah, no shit. You can't eat wheat. Fucking stupid.
And that's what will happen. You know, I keep explaining that this is the direction. And it's a direction that has no U-turn. It has no detour. It has no turns at all. It's an irreversible direction. Look, I understand why people simplify things, you know, by thinking that the OCGFC is like some organized cabal. It's not, but I completely understand why it makes it easier to think of them that way. I mean, it might be helpful for understanding in some ways, even though it's not an accurate way of looking at how the highest tiers of the economic, political, and financial hierarchy work. It's not really a cabal. But like, if you think of it as a cabal, you can imagine an OCGFC white paper or a memo about what their plans are, you know, confidential for super rich eyes only or something like that. I mean, you have think tanks, you have organizations like the World Economic Forum and so on. More or less, that's what they do. They're not generally coming up with ideas and strategies or anything like that. They just articulate or translate into the language of policy proposals what the OCGFC already intend to do. Think tanks are basically PR firms for the political class. Like I was saying the other day, if you were someone from the OCGFC, the A National OCGFC, and you made an evaluation of America and the global landscape, say 10 years ago in 2015, well, we can imagine what that would look like and what responses you would probably recommend if you were from that group. It's not that hard, really. You know, you'd be sitting in a boardroom looking at macro trends, political forecasts, demographic data, capital returns, and of course, the viability of maintaining control, of sustaining dominance without destabilizing your own structures. You know, you'd want to extract, you want to continue growing, but not at the expense of triggering systemic collapse that you can't contain. So you'd analyze America, you know, the heart of your power for decades, and you'd start preparing plans because the situation, the real situation, has changed significantly from the early days. So if you're someone from the A National OCGFC, the owners and controllers of global financialized capital, and you made an evaluation of America and the global landscape from around 2015, you'd have some very stark conclusions. The trends were all there. The writing was on the wall. And if your goal is uninterrupted profit extraction, geopolitical control, and long-term systemic stability for capital, well, America just didn't look like a good bet anymore. We can go point by point. You have demographic decline. You know, you'd see declining birth rates in the US. Total fertility rate was already below replacement level by 2015, sitting at around 1.8% and dropping. By 2023, 2 years ago, it hit 1.62%, according to the CDC. That's below replacement level of 2.1. Well, that means in the future, shrinking labor force, increased aging population, higher dependency ratios, and so on. More strain on social services, less domestic consumption over time, on and on. Compare that to India or to Nigeria or to the broader sub-Saharan region. Nigeria's population is expected to double by 2050. India already overtook China as the most populous country in 2023. The center of gravity is shifting. Then you have other issues, like the OCGFC would have looked at Ferguson in 2014, Baltimore in 2015, seen the rise of Black Lives Matter, not because they care about racism or police violence, not at all, but because civil unrest is bad for business. Then, of course, Trump happened, 2016. Half the country was radicalized, the other half was traumatized. Social cohesion was fraying. Trust in institutions was plummeting. In 2021, the trust barometer showed that trust in the media and the government had collapsed. The Capitol was stormed, right? So so-called insurrection. This is not a good environment for capital. You have political dysfunction, you have gridlock, you have polarization, institutional paralysis. The 2010s showed that the US couldn't even pass basic legislation. Infrastructure fell into disrepair. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, the US had a C- rating in infrastructure in 2021. Meanwhile, China's Belt and Road Initiative is transforming Eurasia and transforming Africa. Deindustrialization between 2000 and 2015, the US lost 5 million manufacturing jobs. Whole towns were hollowed out. The OCGFC had already offshored production for profit. And by 2015, America was becoming too expensive, too politically unstable, too socially chaotic to remain as a global manufacturing hub, or even as a reliable research and development center in the long run. Silicon Valley had become dominated by monopolies: Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. Innovation was consolidating into platform control, not expansion. Growth in users had plateaued. The next billion internet users weren't in San Francisco, they were in Lagos, in Jakarta, in New Delhi. And then, of course, you have America's educational decline. A 2015 Pew study
average girl,
ranked the U.S.
and I'm here
38th
to
out of
save the
71
world.
countries in
You can't
math
stop me
and
'cause
24th
I'm
in science.
cute.
Student debt exploded to 1.6 trillion by the 2020s. STEM graduates were fewer compared to China and India. By 2022, China was producing over 1.4 million STEM graduates annually. The U.S. was less than 800,000. Not to mention, you have the U.S. military budget that in 2015 was 600 billion, and yet it couldn't even decisively win in Afghanistan or in Iraq. These wars were not producing capital returns; they were bleeding the treasury. The OCGFC doesn't fund loss-making ventures unless there's a strategic payoff, and even then, they want an exit strategy. And already by 2015, you saw a rise in multipolarity. Russia was asserting itself, China was asserting itself and rising. India was asserting autonomy. South-South trade already grew to 25% of global trade by 2015 and continued rising. The U.S. was no longer the center of the world, even 10 years ago. The BRICS bloc, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, in 2015 wasn't yet economically integrated, but the foundations were there.
Over in the past.
And post-2022, after the Ukraine war and the sanctions against Russia, it really kicked into gear. Countries began trading in local currencies. De-dollarization began. Even Saudi Arabia and the UAE joined BRICS Plus in 2024. These weren't just symbols. This represents a structural realignment. And in 2015, global digital infrastructure outside the U.S., Facebook and Google started losing market share in key markets. Africa's fintech sector exploded. Kenya became a cashless society. Amazon Web Services and Microsoft began building data centers in Nigeria and in Kenya and in South Africa. In 2023, Microsoft pledged over $1 billion to build AI infrastructure in Kenya and in East Africa. Understand, these are not experiments on their part, these are exits. So what would the OCGFC, the A National OCGFC, conclude in 2015? America is unstable, it's old, it's expensive, it's divided, and it's in decline. While the global south is young, cheap, fast-growing, underdeveloped, and full of opportunity. So let's just start the great decoupling. And so they did. First, they inflated asset prices, stocks, crypto, real estate, causing a massive speculative boom through ultra-low interest rates. And then that money was used to invest abroad. And then when COVID-19 came, it just accelerated it. Lockdowns crushed small businesses, and Amazon, Walmart, and big tech consolidated the economy. Remote work normalized the outsourcing of white-collar labor. Venture capital flooded into India and Africa. Between 2021 and 2023, venture capital investments in India cost $30 billion. Microsoft announced a $2.1 billion data center expansion in Japan in 2024. Google built its first cloud region in Africa in 2022. And then came Ukraine. The U.S. weaponized the dollar.
The first
froze
world
Russian
countries
reserves,
are
cut them from
fucking
SWIFT.
starving and
You know,
homeless.
That told the
And
world
then we
your money
fucking invest
isn't
a
safe
shit
if
ton of
you
money
defy us.
to
And the
build
response,
IT
well, countries
companies
started
in
trading in yuan,
Africa.
in rupees, in dirhams. BRICS formed a common payment system. By 2024, BRICS Plus included Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE. Global South nations began financing their own trade. The dollar's dominance dropped from 73% of global reserves in 2001 to under 58% in 2023, and it's falling. So yeah, if you were from the OCGFC back in 2015, this is all predictable. America is being phased out, not because they hate America, but because America is obsolete. It's no longer has a utilitarian purpose. And the worst part, most Americans still think that they're the center of the world. But in the boardrooms of the real rulers,
Right?
the future is being built elsewhere. And it's not
Yeah,
their right
and
move.
if you're not cooperating, they'll
economist or
go
any
on without
planner,
you.
Would have been sitting in a strategy
Because you guys
room
are
with
talking about the
analysts,
G7.
looking
There's
again at
200
economic
countries
data,
in the
demographic
world,
projections and so on.
or
You look at the
more.
United States and say, well,
Like,
this platform
so fuck the
is reaching the end
7
of
ones
its
that
utility.
can't seem to get their
The
shit
cost of
together.
maintaining hegemony through this particular nation state are starting to outweigh the benefits. It's aging, it's divided, it's expensive to manage.
Oh, and they're
It's
fucking
politically
retarded. And then they
becoming
blame
unstable.
everybody else
So if you're
when
part of the
they fuck
OCGFC,
shit
what
up.
do? You don't
It was
outright
Putin's
destroy
fault.
the
It's
U.S.,
Trump's
but you phase
fault.
it out. You extract what's left, you wind it down. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's economic logic. The U.S. had served as the central hub of capital expansion for decades, but by 2015, it had already passed its peak utility.
Huh.
The OCGFC began transitioning towards new centers of gravity, young populations, deregulated markets, resource-rich regions, primarily in the global south. So you gradually want to move R&D and manufacturing out of the U.S., and that's what we've seen. Not only low-skilled labor, but also high-end production, innovation hubs. Investments have been relocated. I don't know if you know, tech, R&D, pharmaceuticals, chip production, even
Really?
advanced
I
robotics.
had not noticed.
Gradually shifting out
My
to
dad
Asia,
only
to
worked
India,
for like
various pockets
Seagrams
in
for
Africa,
32
where you
years,
can
and they
build
were like,
without
"We're
oversight.
leaving to go
At the
to
same time, you've
America
got to keep
because
the
of the
U.S.
language
population
problem
happy
here."
while you're doing this. That's
Zellers
where that's where you need
can't
fragmentation, cultural
fucking have
division,
Zellers anymore.
political
They offered to move
polarization,
us there.
racial
We
antagonism.
said no. We
You
have a
front
life going
identity
on here
politics to
already.
the
How did
front of
that
the
turn
national
out? Very
conversation.
well.
So people fight each other instead of paying attention to whose assets stripping the country.
Yeah, that's it.
And then you get a gift. They got a gift, a perfect gift. Like I said, COVID-19. I'm not saying that the OCGFC created the virus. I'm saying that they did, though, instantly recognize how to use it. They weaponized the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
It was never about health for them. It was about behavior. It was about the opportunity
Yeah.
to impose sweeping restrictions on
5
movement,
months.
restrictions on commerce,
5
on
months,
speech,
and they
on
tried to bring
assembly,
it back for 2
all under
weeks.
the
The
cover
curfew,
of public health
and the
safety.
cops
Think
fucking
about what
wouldn't
happened. You had
enforce
people
it.
locked in their homes, willingly, voluntarily, basically, not under threat of terrorism, not under
For
martial law,
5 months.
but under a health directive.
We don't.
You
People,
had curfews,
murderers,
mask mandates,
have
business
fucking
closures, on and
less
on and on.
fucking harsh
You had people telling on
or
each other,
fucking
snitching on each other, attacking each other. for not
barriers when
complying.
they get out of jail
Well, that's
after
gold
fucking
for those who
murdering
did.
somebody.
That's textbook behavioral conditioning. You had that society where every moment was being spent online, working remotely, consuming media, buying products,
Oh,
shopping
now you can't
online.
get them to go back to work.
You were feeding the
Now
whole
they refuse to go to work and they still
system
want to get paid.
that they're transitioning into.
I'm more
Small
productive
businesses
from
died,
home
the
because I
gig
get to
economy took
be
over.
with my children.
Amazon basically became a state.
Not
Data
normal.
collection hit
You to be
unprecedented
with your
level.
children
Actual human
24/7.
interaction shrank, and the dependence on your devices skyrocketed. COVID was the bridge. It was a dry run for a new governance model. Now, meanwhile, you push the financialization of everything. Housing becomes an investment vehicle, not a human right, not actually about shelter. Education is dead. Health is a subscription service. The more insecure people become, the more predictable they become.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. If
They
you're
become
from the
criminals.
OCGFC.
Isn't
And
that
while all
great?
this is happening in the U.S., you're building your new base in the global south. You fund
All the
startups
homeless
in
people
Nairobi,
and the
data
poor
centers in
people, they
Ghana,
can fucking go
AI
to
labs
jail or
in
they can
India.
take me.
You built supply chains in Vietnam, establish fintech ecosystems in Latin America and Africa, because that's where your next few decades of growth are going to come from.
Ah.
At the same time, you're preparing the decline of the dollar because that's inevitable. So you support digital currencies, your own private system. You know, you pressure governments to lay the groundwork for central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Why?
Yeah. Yeah,
Because that gives you total visibility.
yeah,
total
no, and then
control.
they were
Every
like, oh,
transaction
hey,
traceable.
wait, hang on,
Every
let the
participant
bank fucking take
programmable. And
a
the US
look at this
becomes a managed
first, and then
economy,
they're like,
controlled
okay,
demolition,
now
like
you
they
can do
said.
crypto. Now
It's useful in
everybody
some
should do
parts, but
crypto.
dangerous in others.
At
But
first, we were
mainly
worried
it's
that
no
we
longer
lose all our
central.
money, and people
So when
realize
people
that
say
we
the
have no
pandemic
money. We
changed the
just
world, they're right.
take
But
credit
more specifically,
and then
it
tax
changed how
fucking
the
middle
world
and
would
lower
be
class.
controlled, how it would be managed. And the thing is, the public complied. That's what made it so successful. They complied, not through fear of authority, but from a sense of moral duty. You know, that's the brilliance of it. You don't need tanks in the streets. You just needed hashtags. You just needed social pressure.
No, and I did
That was
curfew.
the
I
real
did it for
innovation
14 days, and
of what
then
they
I went
did
out
during
every night.
COVID. So if we're imagining what the OCGFC would have said back in 2015, that's it. That's the trajectory that they would have laid
Can't
out.
tell me I
And
fucking
that's
can't
exactly
leave my
what we've been
house.
living through. Exactly what's been happening. Like I said, the world that we see today didn't just happen by accident. If you were from the OCGFC 10 years ago, analyzing the U.S. and the global landscape, you would have been making these long-term strategies. You can even walk through the timeline, like I said, to see what I'm talking about. From decoupling capital to
I believe you.
geopolitical shifts with Russia and Ukraine, China, and so on.
Isn't all
It
the timing
fits
so
perfectly with this
convenient?
grand strategy. We're seeing the execution of a plan that's not just playing out as we speak, but a plan that has probably been in the works for more than a decade. Stage
Oh,
one,
for
you can
60
say,
years, this has been the plan.
accelerating the economic shift.
That's why everybody who is like
Reorientation
50,
of global
60
power,
years old
2015,
is fucking
2016,
freaking out because
The writing was on the wall in 2015.
their plan was almost fucked
Yes.
up and they almost
The
don't even
economic
care
structure
that
was
they're going
deeply
to be
flawed,
outed at this
especially after the 2008 crisis. The recovery was weak. The wealth gap was growing wider. And at the same time, we had fast rising markets in India and Southeast Asia and Africa. They were outpacing the U.S. and outpacing Europe in terms of growth. The economy was still recovering from the 2008 financial collapse. And the growth was largely funded by financial speculation, not by robust manufacturing sectors, not in America, not in Europe. Meanwhile, China's economy continued to expand very rapidly. India's demographic advantage became a clear boon consumer-wise, and the global south was rising. So by 2016, the OCGFC started to put its capital outside the U.S., moving investments into rising markets. The world was not going to be dominated by the West anymore. They knew this, and they started decoupling from American financial system. They started laying the groundwork for a new, more diverse global order, multipolarity, so-called. And you can say stage 2 is a decoupling from the U.S. and integration in the global south. The U.S.-China trade war was at full throttle. The U.S. was increasingly becoming a protectionist power under Trump. And that wasn't helping their own economy because it wasn't supposed to help their own economy. On the other hand, the global south was increasingly seeing its own potential, not just as consumers, but as producers. By this time, we see a massive increase in foreign investments into countries like Vietnam and India and Indonesia. Countries that once relied on Western trade and finance were starting to form their own alliances and their own economic systems. So the OCGFC continued its push to shift resources away from the West. You know, Apple began relocating production out of China into countries like Vietnam.
Derek was talking
Indonesia,
about hiring
avoid
fucking
tariffs under
immigrants
Trump,
for cheaper,
to capitalize on cheap labor. This is diversifying trade across the global south. You understand?
cheaper
This is
labor.
increasing South-South trade.
Like, I'm
The
pretty
BRICS
sure that's
countries,
fucking
India,
illegal.
China, Russia, you know, South Africa,
Not in
Brazil,
Canada. You have
they
to
formed a
pay
more
everybody
cohesive
the
trade bloc.
same.
South-South trade began to flourish. The U.S. and Europe were no longer exclusively the economic centers of gravity. Already, as much as the neocons tried to hold on to power, the OCGFC started pouring capital into these economies that were growing, that had larger populations, that were rapidly modernizing their infrastructures. Like I said, India, China, and in Africa. It wasn't just about trade. This was about creating new centers of power. You understand?
Instead of
It's
the
moving
upper
out of the
class
West.
giving a little
Then, of
bit
course,
of
in
like the
2022, we had
abundance
the
they
Ukraine
have,
war.
instead
And I know we're all
the lower
familiar with the
class is
geopolitical
just gonna
chaos
get fucking
that situation caused, but from a long-term strategic perspective, this was an incredible opportunity for the OCGFC. The sanctions on Russia that followed the war were supposedly to crush Russia's economy and force it to comply with Western demands. Does that sound familiar? But in reality, that accelerated the shift away from Western-dominated financial systems. You know, the West said that they wanted to isolate Russia, but the sanctions just boosted BRICS.
Right?
Russia pivoted quickly to China and quickly to India.
Because tough people
They
don't
also
need to say
deepened their
they're
ties
tough.
with South Africa and with Brazil, with all other key members of BRICS. They began to align more closely with the global south,
You don't need to
pushing
fight
for a
people.
more
Like, no one needs to fight
multipolar
from.
world order. BRICS countries, especially China and Russia and India, continue to push South-South trade, bypassing Western sanctions and strengthening ties with African countries, with Latin American countries, and obviously with the Arab world, with the Gulf, with the Khalij. The sanctions on Russia led to the creation of an alternative payment system, which gradually reduced their reliance on SWIFT. So the U.S.-dominated international payment system is being sidelined. In fact, what happened is that Europe, tied to U.S. policies, found themselves alienated from the emerging markets like BRICS. Countries like India, South Africa, even Saudi Arabia, started to rethink their relationships with the West. They began to see Russia and China as partners in a new multipolar world, and that's how it's been working out. Again, China, India, Russia led BRICS expansion in 2023, drawing in countries like Egypt and Iran, UAE, all of whom are actively trying to divorce themselves from Western influence. So by 2023, the U.S. had alienated Europe from their own economic national interests, pushing them away from Russia, leaving the EU vulnerable, and leaving Russia looking elsewhere. So the sanctions had the opposite effect of what they said they wanted to do. It helped Russia to integrate further into the global south and to actually expand.
I think if Boris
and
Johnson
diversify
just
their own
came
economy.
in, was like, okay,
And then
I'm gonna break
2023,
up the fucking
de-dollarization. By 2023, 2 years ago,
fucking
the
British
BRICS countries
Union,
were
and
increasingly
then he
moving
just
away
dipped and like
from the US
disappeared off
dollar
the face of
in
the
their
earth.
trade agreements. They were pushing for local currency trade to bypass the dollar, to bypass the dollar's dominance. De-dollarization became a trend. No one even talked about that before. Everyone was seeking to limit their reliance on Western financial institutions and systems. By 2023, China became the largest trade partner for many countries in Africa, for many countries in Southeast Asia, and in Latin America. China continued to expand the Belt and Road Initiative with countries like Pakistan, Egypt, Kenya, all joining in greater and greater numbers. And then you can say stage, what are we, 4 or 5?
Like,
I'm
how
not- I
bad
don't
of a
remember.
country leader do you have to
They're
be
continuing.
for
The
you to
process is
turn a
continuing.
first world
Between
country
2023
into a
and
third world
2025, the
country?
Global South is no longer
While
just
third
a
world countries
location
are
to
like
cheap labor.
doing
It has
great.
become an actual engine on its own right for economic growth. OCGFC knew that the future was going to be led by the South, by the very markets that the U.S. had been pillaging for so long. So they've been creating a new world order, without the West and without America
Yeah,
at
which
its center.
makes it so you don't
Such
need the middle
investments in
class
India have
anymore.
surged, in Africa they surged,
That's
in
why the
Southeast
middle
Asia
class is
they
losing
surged.
their shit.
You know,
They don't
cloud
like give us their
infrastructure,
third car.
AI companies like Microsoft and Amazon
And
and so
people
on,
like
investing
Stephen
billions and
Harper
billions
will
of
say,
dollars in
I will let
cloud
the
infrastructure
population
in India and
starve
Africa.
before I let Canada become
geopolitical
America.
Led to
Like,
a rise in
yeah,
new
that
tech
he means
ecosystem.
that.
China and Russia were pushing to decouple from U.S.-led technology companies, establishing their own tech infrastructure, their own 5G network, with Huawei and ZTE leading the way. So what's clear is that the events we've seen unfolding, the sanctions against Russia, the Ukraine war, the rise of BRICS, all of this has accelerated the OCGFC's plans for global realignment. We're in a period of decoupling, not of just economies, but of political systems and of financial infrastructure and technological ecosystems. And this is exactly what they would have been planning all the way back in 2015 or even earlier, and that's what's happening now. So there's no chaos here. There's only coordination. As things develop, there'll be adaptations. You know, they'll have to tweak the strategies here and there as conditions change. Not everybody agrees on everything, like I said, because it's not actually a cabal. It's not a conspiracy of
cabal?
some shadowy group of elites.
BRICS
you know,
is a
some secret
cabal?
society. It's just
What?
economic interests and power interests, and sometimes these form coalitions, and sometimes they're in competition.
It doesn't make
As
them
we
a
look at the situation
cabal.
in Gaza, because there's a deeper game going on in Gaza. There's a strategic divergence. There's a negotiation happening
They're
behind
buying
the smoke and the
real
blood and the rubble.
estate.
On the one hand,
And
you've got the
it's
international
rubble.
OCGFC.
There's still bodies
transnational
underneath it,
elite.
and they're buying the real estate.
These people are not concerned with nations. They're not concerned with identities or religions or ethics. They don't hate the Palestinians and they don't love the Israelis. They don't care. They want one thing: order.
What?
Not moral order, not just order, but a
Ultimate.
smooth,
Yeah.
controllable, economic operating
Yeah,
environment. That kind of
undisputed.
order. So when they look at Gaza, the A National OCGFC, they don't care how stability is achieved. Genocide, fine. Ethnic cleansing, fine. A two-state solution, a one-state solution, it's all the same to them.
Yeah, and you guys
So
are
long as
now
the
like,
region becomes,
well, we're going to put them in other
stable,
places. And
decoupled
even the fucking
from the
Gazans are
emotional
like, we'd
volatility
rather
of Western
stay
politics.
in the fucking
But the
rubble of
regional
shit
partners,
nothingness. Why would they trust the
particularly the Gulf
people
governments,
who just
especially
bomb
Saudi
the
Arabia,
shit out of them
they do
that they're going to relocate them to
not
good places?
necessarily that
When
they're
you're
moral
relocated, it's never
in the
to
way
a
that we
good
wish they
place.
were,
Especially
but
when
they're
it's fucking
strategic state
against
assets.
your will.
And they understand the region more than the OCGFC ever could.
Well, you're going to
They
die there.
understand
And
it,
they
and
said,
have a
well, I
stake
guess
in
we're
it.
going to die here.
And they know something very critical. You can't build Vision 2030 on a genocide. You can't sell neon or a new Middle East while entire populations are being wiped out live on satellite television or live streamed on every smartphone.
Yeah.
So what do they want?
But they're baby
they want
terrorists.
stability through integration, not elimination, not extermination. That means one of two solutions: a Palestinian state, a formal entity, even if it's weak, even if it's neutered, but it can pacify regional anger and allow everyone to get back to business.
Yeah.
Or number two,
That's fair.
possibility, a one-state solution, where Palestinians are absorbed into an expanded Israel, given citizenship, normalized as part of a regional bloc.
I don't think
that's
that's
less dependent on
possible
the
at
West,
this point.
especially on the U.S.
I think we're way
And more
past
dependent
that.
on the GCC, financing from the GCC. And this is where the tension lies between these two factions.
Yeah,
The
but why
international
would they
OCGC
want to
don't care
join
about the
the
optics. They want
people
results.
that
Quick, total,
just
final.
try to like
Ethnic cleansing
annihilate
is not
them?
an obstacle for them. It's an option for them. It's a line item on their strategy sheet. But the regional governments, that's
No, I'm sorry.
disaster.
Like anyone
Not just
fucking puts a
diplomatically,
firearm
but
in my face,
reputationally,
we
and in
can
terms of
never
their
be friends. We will
legitimacy.
never be cool.
Because no Arab regime can actually survive long term.
If you
if they
murder
are-
my family
are seen
members,
to have
no.
just stood
Okay, we can't
silently
get along
by
after
while a
that.
genocide was live streamed, and at the end of that, they just make a profit from it. That's not viable for them. So right now in Gaza, you have negotiation, not consensus, between the most important players. The A National OCGFC are pushing for any means necessary to neutralize the Palestinian question. and to make the region ready for capital. Meanwhile, the GCC and others are pushing back, saying, look, we'll deliver the same outcome, peace, normalization, decoupling from the U.S., stability, and so on, but let us do it in a way that doesn't completely decimate the Palestinians, because there's no other way that we can actually deal with this that can bring long-term stability, except to peacefully resolve as peacefully as possible.
Yeah, but like now they're trying to say, well, I don't think it's about the land that Israel, or no, I don't think it's about the Palestinians. The Israel just wants the land that the Palestinians are on. I don't think that's it. Like,
we're open to integration.
I think that they don't like the Palestinians. I don't think it really has very much to do with their land. I think they have more than enough everywhere in the world already.
One vision says erase, silence, dominate, murder. The other side says, the other vision says absorb, normalize, and rebrand. And all of this is playing out with horrifying consequences for real people. But from the OCGSC's perspective, it's all negotiable. They don't care who lives or dies. They really don't.
No, they really don't. Well, that's pretty fucking obvious.
A stable platform for capital, for resource extraction, and for post-Western governance in the Middle East. And we need to understand this, because if we keep analyzing Gaza only through the lens of Zionism or nationalism, then we're going to miss this larger picture. This is the crucible of the New World Order. What emerges from Gaza, whether it's apartheid or integration or annihilation, is going to set a precedent for how all dissenting populations are going to be dealt with elsewhere.
Oh, wow.
Because if this is
That's
allowed
a very
to
good
stand,
point.
what is to stop it from being repeated anywhere or everywhere else?
Which is
I'm
why
telling
we
you,
got
Gaza is gonna be
involved
a
during
template.
the Holocaust, I thought.
So, again,
Because
everything that Trump is doing is within the context of
there's
the
a way to
advancement
do
of
war
this transition, this shift.
without
Trying to understand it in any other way is a
just
waste of time. It's a waste of time and energy. It's
going
only
on
gonna cause
killing spree of
confusion.
innocent
Like if
people.
you try to reason out
Because, like, the point of
how the
war is
tariffs
because
will
you guys
or will
want
not
peace,
bring
but
back manufacturing jobs to the U.S., or
can't
how it's going to
fucking
solve America's trade
kill that
deficit
many
or what have
people
you.
and be like,
This
in the
is all
name of
pointless
peace.
distraction. America is not competitive economically, and it doesn't have the ingredients to become competitive economically. America is in a state of irreversible decay and erosion as a result of having approached the economy and having approached governance the way that they did from the beginning. America has run its course. That's just the way it is.
Oh,
So
we
you have to
forgot the
understand,
sour cream.
You, in America, you've never been anything but coal for the fire, fuel for someone else's engine. You're firewood to keep the rich warm. Well, that's not sustainable, and it never was. That's why I keep telling you to stop listening and stop trying to debate what they say. Only look at what they do and what the predictable outcome is going to be of what they're doing. The rest is just smoke screen, literally. You're like firefighters who think that your job is to fight the smoke, not the fire. So I said before, what you need in America is a cultural revolution, because the system that you have was born from your culture. And then the system that you gave birth to used your culture to destroy and to subjugate you even further. You need a massive cultural reformation in that country.
Yes.
Because look, like I said, what are the main reasons behind why the economic demolition of the United States is happening and why it's
There's
necessary?
really no
You're
reasoning
volatile, you're
that you could
emotional, you're
possibly give
uneducated,
me
you're
to
ignorant,
justify what you're
self-indulgent,
doing.
you're materialistic, you have no social cohesion.
And
you
the
have no
reason
sense of
that the
community,
Western
no
world
sense of
said nothing
solidarity,
about
your
it
families
until
are broken,
now is
you're
because
not
the
reproducing,
Jews pay for
you're
all our
racist,
businesses.
you're
Our
divided, you're
economy was
polarized,
already
you're
crashing.
delusional, you're
We would
uninformed,
literally go in
undisciplined, and
something
scatterbrained.
what would be worse than the Great
You
Depression,
drink, you smoke, you
which
do
is hard to
drugs, you're
believe
on
for
meds,
such an advanced
you're
country.
atomized, you're lonely, you're aggressive, you're impatient, you're addicted to your devices, you're frivolous, childish, and foolish. Grown people doing dance trends on TikTok in their garage. Women filming themselves in the longest hallway that they can find in their tiny apartments to try to look like they're walking the catwalk. It's sad. You're living on credit, which means you're living in debt. I mean, if you actually only had what you can afford to have, you'd be living in squalor. I said
That's
most
why,
of the
like
people
the
in this
condos
supposedly
thing.
richest
Like, why
country
would
on
you
earth
want to
are
pay
actually
for
living in
a
third world
building you're
conditions
never
with
gonna
your
own?
diabolical
Same
credit
reason
cards
why your
that you keep
phone
up
you
the
can't fix
appearance
it
of
anymore. They
abundance.
want you they want to make
You've
cars
got more
illegal,
bills
so they
piling up
have to
than
buy
you have
electric
dollars in
cars
your
that you
wallet.
can't fix.
But you'll withdraw a wad of cash from the ATM on your Visa card just to post a picture on Instagram flashing your money. No, you need a cultural change in America. Now, you might feel insulted by everything I just said about you, but listen, the solution is implied in the problem.
Yeah.
Because the solution is the opposite of the problem. You understand?
Yeah.
If I say that you're down, don't get mad at me because I said that you're down.
Fix it.
Understand that I'm telling
Do
you to
something
get
about
up.
it, and show
The
me that
solution is
you're
implied in the
fucking
problem. The
more
prescription
capable.
is embedded in the diagnosis. You're uneducated? Okay, so learn. Read. Educate yourself.
Amazing.
You're addicted to your device. Get off your device.
Right?
Get off the internet. Stop drinking alcohol. Stop taking narcotics. Grow up. If you're frivolous and silly, well, get serious. And if you don't know how to be serious, then get around serious people and be silent. That way you'll learn. You're isolated and disconnected. Well, interact. Build
This guy's
community.
amazing.
Mend your relationships with your family. Be patient with your spouse. Be forgiving. Be understanding. Be generous.
They
You
kind
know,
of suck.
be
They make me
mature.
feel terrible.
Hold the relationships that you have dear, not easily dismissible.
Like so terrible
The
to the point where I
solutions
think I
are
have a
implied in the
mental
problem.
disorder.
You're the victims of social engineering. That's a fact. And we can actually identify all of the ways that this has been done.
As it turns out, my
And you need to
brain's
just
fine.
start doing
I
the
just really
opposite of
shitty
what they
people
have
around.
done to you. Basically, I'm saying that you need to civilize. And no one can do that for you. That's your job. You have to do that yourself. Stop waiting for the government or stop waiting for the authorities or the power structure to help you. They're not going to help you. So you can try to hammer this out, this cultural change, item by item, bad habit by bad habit, negative tendency by negative tendency, one by one. Or you can fast track all of that just by becoming a Muslim.
Hi. No.
Because that's
Stop
really the
sniffing
paradigm
around.
shift that you need, not just behaviorally, but spiritually and intellectually. Look, Muslims have survived so-called failed states. We've survived collapsed government.
Right? They live in a
invasion,
wasteland of
occupation,
nothing.
colonization, and devastation.
And then they're just like,
And we
nah,
stayed
we'll just make
cohesive.
a home in this
We
pile of
have failed
rocks.
states, but not failed societies. You're safer in Syria today.
We have literally
after more than a
medical
decade of war than
devices
you are in
like
Miami
running on a
right now.
generator
There are
in
no
here.
people on earth who are more civilized, who are more mature, who are more resourceful, who are more sophisticated, or more spiritually
What? What's up?
I'm gonna take a bath because I go to court tomorrow.
Look at my arm. So bad.
Start hurting mommy, I'm gonna start hurting you.
Look at that. So bad. You hurt mommy.
Later.
Oh, whoops, I forgot to fucking mix it. And turn it back on. Super into this guy. My friend Dom, her grandfather was very much like that. He was like an old black man that would wear a straw cowboy hat and sit on a lawn chair in his driveway drinking Guinness. When I was dating Malcolm, we went to pick Dom up one day, and like fucking Dom's grandfather was like, "Hey, Malcolm, boy!" And like I was like, "Did he just call you boy?" And he just like jumped to attention and ran out of the car and went up to him. I was like, "What the fuck? Like, why the fuck was that your reaction? Just someone be like, 'Hey, boy!' And he just fucking got up and ran." I was like, "Okay."
Who was at the door?
Some dude for Videotron trying to sell stuff, and I'm surprised that he stood there because the only thing that was blocking Whiskey and him was the little fucking plastic gate at the front door, and the dog was going ballistic at him, and he just like stood there. I'm like, "You're brave." Fucking, I would have fucking taken off and been like, "Fuck that house."
Well, maybe you know that if you take off, the dog's gonna run at him.
Yeah, well, did you see those mailmen? They're fucking hilarious. Fucking, especially the guys that used to come to Dom's to buy backwoods. Holy shit. Like, super gangster guys, and one of them almost fell down the stairs backwards. Yeah, from Jack. And I was just like, "Oh my god, do not fall." And he just like was so scared of my dog. I'm like, "But your foot is bigger than my dog. It's the worst that he can do to you, honestly. Punt him." Oh. Where's my fucking this thing? Ow. Let's move that over ever so slightly. Wait. Yeah. There's fucking whiskey bite and scratches. I look like a fucking emo. Yeah. Fucking hat! Take it away! God, they keep getting smoke in my eyes. on fire. Want to watch the fucking rest of this fucking super fucking sassy black man who's fucking very highly educated and wait till the end to fucking get all ghetto and be like, fucking, wait.
Failed states. We've survived collapsed governments, invasion, occupation, colonization, and devastation, and we stayed cohesive. We have failed states, but not failed societies. You're safer in Syria today, after more than a decade of war, than you are in Miami right now.
Wow.
There are no people on earth who are more civilized, who are more mature, who are more resourceful, who are more sophisticated,
Who live in third world countries.
spiritually powerful than the people of Gaza. Well, if a fraction of the destruction that has been inflicted in Gaza happened in the United States, well, you'd have a rampage of crime and violence between the citizens, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. People would be robbing food from babies. Aid trucks would be hijacked and ransacked. Well,
Right? Like, isn't he great? Like, what a fucking extreme. Robbing babies.
People would be robbing food from babies. Aid trucks would be hijacked and ransacked. Well, you're all trying to cannibalism and you know it.
You would all
Your
turn to
enemies wouldn't have to
cannibalism
bomb
and
you
you
at all
know
because
it.
You'd all be killing each other, burning and looting and pillaging. Now you need a cultural change in America because this mentality is exactly how and exactly why the power structure can do to you what they do to you.
Neanderthal. It's like
Now,
a
I'm just saying,
Neanderthal fucking mentality.
you can
It's
do
like,
whatever
I
you
didn't, like,
want,
I've been saying
what I'm
that
saying.
actually for a while
But
now.
you
Where,
need
like,
to
I
know
feel
that
like
your
we're in the
government,
1940s.
your corporations,
And,
and your
like,
power
just
structure are
fucking
selling
basic
you
civil
out.
rights never
They've got
happened.
you on a don't
Like,
revive this.
and I think it's because we were like
So
kept
you're gonna have to
importing
do for
people who were
yourselves.
too ethnic,
And
and
that's
we were
not gonna
like,
work the
no,
way
no,
you
no,
are
we're
right
not
now.
racist. We're super
It's not gonna
culturally
work
fucking
on an
diverse. And then we're like,
individual basis.
yeah,
You
but we want a
absolutely
certain
need
kind of
families.
immigrants.
You
We want the
absolutely
white
need
immigrants,
communities. You
not
need
the
families.
black immigrants, not the
You need
brown
to build
immigrants.
parallel,
We want the
structures,
Ukrainian ones.
viable structures. I'm talking about structures for procuring resources, for solving problems, for education, for policing, for healthcare. Listen, your power structure is cutting you loose. Your government is cutting you loose. So you're either going to be
Yeah,
left
'cause
with
they stay
nothing,
rich.
or you're going to be left with whatever you build yourselves. And if you want to build
When they
something
took
for
over
yourselves, then
the
you have to
Bitcoin
start
thing,
first by building your own selves.
it was
Because your
explicitly
culture
so
has
the
been
poor
doing
could
nothing
not
all this time
get any money.
but tear you down your whole life.
That was great. That was like the first video that I've seen today that made any sense.
Isn't your fault. It's a broke mentality fueled by self-doubt. You keep putting things off, not because you don't care, but because
Wow,
everything feels
this anti or fucking pro mental health video just like literally made me suicidally depressed. I have no faith in the world.
This video was trying to help me, but I'm going
I am
suicide.
no. That's why I told the drug counselor that Walter made me go see. He was like, at least go to 3. If you don't like it, then stop going. And after 3, I went into her office and sat down like, listen, Julie, I really appreciate you trying to help me, but I'm gonna stop coming to these meetings. And she was like, okay, that's fine. Can I ask why though? I was like, because you have made me feel significantly worse every time that I have talked to you. And she was like, oh, okay then. Well, good luck. I was like, yes. Verifying my verifying my opinion of why you suck at this, fucking Julie. No, I was telling her all my problems at home, and she was like, you know, this is drug therapy and not like regular therapy, right? I was like, yeah, but I'm trying to explain to you what causes the drug problem. And she was like, well, let me show you the steps, or no, the circle. I'm like, okay, the steps. Yeah, I know the steps. She's like, no, this is not the steps. This is the circle. I'm like, okay, but you just took all the steps. You put it in a different shape. That's all it is. I'm like, you know what? Never mind. A circle is pretty accurate for your step system. A circle is a very accurate explanation for the steps. It puts you in a fucking circle. That's why everyone goes back to rehab. What? I only cut onions so far, so I got nothing for you. So I want to eat onions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. Okay. or whatever.
Again, we are turning, and people say it, and it sounds mean, but like Canada is becoming a third world country. We're just going to get this continuation of these third world mentalities coming to Canada.
Quick question for you, Cosmic Vagabond Pixie. Does it say message retracted because you retracted the message? Or do you even see that it says message retracted? Because this happens a lot where people retract their messages. And I'm wondering if it's like my account is doing it or if it's the actual person doing it. I like how I wrote it. I has question mark. I have a question.
I heard the banks are really starting to scrutinize as well when people are working like in manufacturing jobs, stuff like that, which is obvious because they're thinking, I mean, they've got enough risk. They keep increasing their loan loss provisions. Their stocks are under pressure. But yeah, they're starting to scrutinize.
What time is it at?
It's 9:30, but the R160's room I never went to, so I don't really know that.
Yeah, but it's probably fucking nothing. Resolution room.
Well, in the courtroom is like R40 is when it's criminal and waiting of judgment.
Oh.
That's the one that as soon as you have to go to court for something, you go there, then you might be transferred to another one and you have to come back.
Oh.
Ooh.
I would try to flee the country.
Huh?
If they tried to put me in jail, I'd try to break out. And I would flee the country.
Try to break you out if I can.
I would flee. I would just leave Canada. Go to Mexico.
Mexico!
Oh, I like warm. Fucking fed up with the fucking snow. I'm good.
True.
They have great drugs there. They all speak English.
That's true.
I know a bit of Spanish. I'm good. I like tacos. Making tacos right now.
I like tacos.
Pretty sure it won't be very hard to get into since everyone's kind of going the other way. No one. Yeah, but like no one's trying to get into Mexico. Everyone's trying to flee Mexico.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be too hard.
That's like in Shameless. The guy's saying that I'm trying to get over the border. Like, you're already here. You're already over the border, man.
Costco card. Does it look like I have a Costco card? Looks like you need a shot of penicillin. Okay. What's my video?
Scrutinize people more based on where they work, which considering like the funny money during 2021
Funny
and
money?
2022 when people weren't paying their mortgage, this is kind of a start for them. And I've even seen actually that on the Bank of Canada's website, loans have completely stalled out and now they're actually going backwards. So the amount of loans originated is actually going down like for the first time.
I literally just got a message last week what you're talking about from one of the mortgage brokers I deal with, and he sent me a link, and it was one of the big banks. I think it was Bank of Montreal or somewhere. They're like literally stopping loaning to anyone in the auto manufacturing sector.
No, we're not
They're not issuing mortgages to them anymore or something. Yeah, it is like they know, right? They know what's going to happen.
Well, yeah, and think about how that impacts like businesses.
Well, no, that happened when we went to TD to ask for the house insurance, and we were like, "Do you guys do house insurance if you're renting a house?" And you're like, "We don't really give insurance to anybody, like for houses, unless like you got your mortgage with our bank."
But maybe they're not going to be getting lending.
It's like, all right, well then, who the fuck do I go to for insurance? Like, if the bank fucking literally told me no,
like service their existing debt, like it's almost like the government has been doing. They've learned from the best.
Yeah, well, that goes back to, so like most people that bought, speculative purchases on the way up, houses, especially like I see them around here. So what they did was they would take a line of credit, a HELOC on their own house, their primary residence, wherever in the GTA usually, and then
Okay, but when you're talking about the people who don't have that initial house.
So technically, the pre-construction is fully financed. So yeah, the banks was literally lending them money so they can go get more loans with the money. It was just leveraging debt on debt.
Yeah.
So, like,
I love you.
And that's the thing. Like some of them had made profit on other homes.
In case we
but
die
kept
today.
doing it, but there were so many that just took that home equity line of credit. There's 100,000 or 150 for the next down payment on my next home or condo or whatever.
Well,
so yeah, they're like 100% financed, which is.
You know what?
So
They're like
much,
trying to make it
so
clear.
much
They're like,
debt,
you don't have a
upside
problem with
down
the Jews.
debt out
You have a
there.
problem with
People
the
are just
Zionists. I have a problem with Zionist
units
Israel.
they
Like,
bought. They're not getting their rent covered.
I have
and
no
they're
problem
just
with fucking
paying out
Jewish
monthly.
people. I could give
Picture
two bucks
this,
if
it's
you're
launch
Jewish.
day for a big campaign on your website and
That's
traffic
generally
starts
how
to
they
roll in. But
fucking
what's
operate.
happening
They
with
don't
your
give a fuck about
website?
me. I don't
It's
give a fuck about them.
crawling, it's slow, or worse, it's even down again. And then you try and reach out
Move,
to
get
support
out of
and you're
here.
stuck in an endless loop
Get
of
out.
AI chatbots and
Thank you.
people who just don't know or understand WordPress. If that sounds even remotely familiar, it's time that you heard about Kinsta. Kinsta is managed host buttons to get your first month free.
And they've been doing this for years at this point. So this isn't like the interest rates are coming down now, right? So like they've been doing this, trying to ride this storm, and who knows where they're getting the money from. So
yeah, I mean, I saw on X like a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week actually, where it was somebody who posted like their landlord was trying to kick him out in Ontario again and saying that he was renovating the house. And yeah, like that. I mean, it's just, they're so screwed as well. I mean, would you really want to be a landlord in Ontario, even now, with like everything that's happened over the pandemic, and then given the fact like more and more people are losing their jobs as well?
That's what people don't understand, that when you are a landlord, people lose their jobs, you're going to lose your income. So technically it's like you've lost a job, right? And then you have to get them out, and there's still an overlap. Like it still takes, couple months, even if they are decent tenants and they leave and have to re-rent
Yeah,
it
but
and
there's
paint it
always
and whatever.
going
So,
to
yeah,
be
that's
more
turnaround.
people to
And then
rent
the tenants now, because rents
place
have come
out too.
down,
So-
and you look at the rentals.ca thing, actually it just went up finally for the first time in like 18 months or something. It finally went up a little bit. They've come down, so like a $2,500 rental house around here would be $2,200-$2,300 now. So it's like 10% for sure they've come down. At some point,
I don't
you're going to
believe
get
that.
tenants that are sitting in like, I know of someone that rented a basement for $1,600-$1,700, and now you can get a 2-bedroom basement for $1,500. They're going to sit there when their lease is up at some point.
That's
this year, and
outrageous.
I got a better opportunity here, and that landlord might incentivize them to come rent their basement unit instead. Talking about basement units, again, I got a lot of response on this one, and it wasn't really so much about the income. Where the income was coming from. It was more about, I get a call, and this wasn't just like an odd call. I get these calls all the time because I have many rentals that are listed in my name for a management company we work with, and it was 2-bedroom basement. And I get a call from another agent, and they got 6 people, a family of 6 that were like new to Canada, getting government subsidy funding from like Ontario Works and somewhere else. I can't remember the second source of income, but it was a subsidy from the government. Or they wanted to put again in a basement apartment. 6 people, 2 adults, and kids from 11 to 17 years old.
Oh my
and
God.
they're like, don't worry, like, the agent's trying to convince me. I'm like, I'm not making the decisions on this for one, but she's trying to convince me, don't worry, the Ontario Works is going to put the money directly in the landlord's bank every month. You don't have to worry about the rent. And I'm like, no, the 6 people? How many people? Like 6 people. I'm like, and this, but again, $1,500. So you got these people
hear what he
coming to Canada, and like
There's a lady that she was
like,
showing
that's the majority
a
of
place to,
immigration
like
now,
a
is
basement,
to third world
whatever.
countries.
And she was
just
trying to
just
say
look at
like,
the
oh, don't worry, because the government, like, I get subsidies. So because we're immigrants, the government pays for our renting, whatever, and it goes right into the landlord's account.
Well, I had that in Toronto, but it was only $150
for 6 people.
For us it was me and my girlfriend at the time, and it was $150 each, and it was going directly to the landlord.
The numbers
People.
in
So that
2015
means that our
at
government pays for 6 fucking random people in the world to come here and for them to live here, when we have the homeless population like it's never been so bad before, ever.
That's one story, so there's way more than 6 people.
No, but that's one story. So I don't know.
How many millions of them?
Oh, that's.
And we have to struggle to pay our own rent.
No, and people who were promised fucking that they would fucking the government would take care of them if worst case scenario, and they fucking are struggling that the government, don't worry about it, the government will fucking help you out, but they don't help us out. They fucking literally take all our money. I pay into EI, and then they go, oh, well, it wasn't enough for you to claim EI, so go to welfare. And then welfare tells me no, because all the immigrants already have welfare. Like, fucking Inuits have fucking like 3 different checks that they get every month. I do not like when my tomatoes are not firm. No rotato. What you meant tomatoes? Oh, I'm clipping your toenails. I don't want to say clipping like his dog.
Or first world countries in the top 10 countries that immigrate here. There was 4 first world countries like UK, France, somewhere else, and even South Korea, which is first world country now. So there's 4.
South Korea is a first world country?
Since when? There was 1, France, and it's right at the bottom. And I heard a lot of people coming from France are like just coming through.
Are you the one who retracted your messages? Because it happens sometimes where people will retract their message, and I'm just curious if it's actually them doing it, or if you even see that message redacted. Yeah, you smoked my fucking eyeballs. Oh, it is you. Okay. My eyeballs are burning. Just want to make sure that it's not fucking... Yeah, I'm just making sure that fucking is not the YouTube fucking... If someone says something, fucking...
France with, you know what I mean? They're not even like French people.
Thank you.
Because why would the French people want to migrate here? So
why would
yeah,
the
they're just
French
coming
people
through
want
on a
these
French
fucking
passport or
France
whatever.
to come
Like they must be in shock when they see the price of everything in Canada. Like, sure, you're getting handed thousands of dollars from this government, but they're like, this is crazy. And what kind of a job are they getting? A lot of them are unskilled, especially the low or low income migrants and stuff. Like they're like, what are they going to do? But they think they're going to go work at Walmart or something, and they'll never be able to afford a
Yeah, but
house.
if they can't speak
Like,
English, they
living
can't do
in
that
a
either,
basement.
so.
And I guess that's what they like. Maybe it is an upgrade from where they're from, but again, we are turning, and people say it, and it sounds mean, but like Canada is becoming a third world country. And then I thought, okay, so you have all this thing, and I just did a video on this garbage everywhere in Niagara, and it's brutal, right? And it's like it bothered me so much, I had to make a video. And I'm like, this video is not for clicks. This video is to create awareness. I want you to tell people about it. So you have this like third world, and people are commenting and they're blaming certain people, right? So it's just whatever, which they can comment whatever they want. But people had also commented sincerely and said, look, I'm from a third world country, and this is like, we just throw our garbage like on the street. Like that's what we do. So this is like, so it doesn't, first of all, it doesn't bother a lot of people seeing it like this. But then secondly, you think about, okay, so you have all these people come, we're turning Canada into a third world country now, like the look of it and everything, we're not maintaining it, we can't maintain it properly. Who do you think any first world country people are going to want to come here anymore or immigrate here? They're not going to want to come to Canada. Like when I immigrated, it was like, Canada, let's go to, like, it's beautiful, right? But now it's like any first world country, you're getting downgraded in Canada. So like, they're not going to come here. So now we're just going to get this continuation of these third world mentalities coming to Canada, and they're not integrating in, right? And it sounds mean, but it's the truth. But and I think that most people in Canada want a Canada that we used to have, but it's not. And the comments on this another thing which is crazy. This is crazy. So I made this video, and the thumbnail is Canada is a garbage dump. Then I put a post on X talking about when I drove to Toronto, and I'm calling like this place a cesspool and this place a shithole. Okay, nobody like gave me death threats. Everyone agreed with me. That was a scary thing. I was like, I'm shocked. These people, like, usually, like, I did this. I'm like, I might have to take that one down where I was driving, like, through St. Catharines. I was saying blah, and then, Hamilton, shit. I said some places were nice, but then Toronto, apocalyptic cesspool. This is what I put on there. Tons of views, like, tons of people. And I'm waiting for the anger. And a couple people, like, 2 people maybe. Everyone else agreed. I couldn't believe, I'm like, wait. We've come to a point where I literally call Canada a garbage dump and call all these places shitholes. The biggest city in Canada, a cesspool, and nobody's like angry. So it's like that's like how bad it is. Like 10 years ago, I would have been canceled, but now everyone just because it's true, right? It's you got to. But I'm not giving up on Canada. I got to clean it up, right? That's what we talked about this, right? Where am I going to go?
yeah. So you bring me on to a good question there. Like, are you actually seeing a lot of people who are like, I'm cashing out my home
They're
equity?
kind of fucking scary and crazy.
So yes, and you know what? I'm seeing it. I was.
But
so we
don't try to
started,
be gangsters.
seeing a lot of these immigration services. Like last year when the immigration was through the roof, and the year before, like people had signs in front of their house. Immigration services. I'm like, what is this? Like, because they were just like coaching them how to get into Canada. I think I'm going to start like an immigration service now, like for people leaving, like because it's like it's crazy. So I wrote the list here. So half my listings, people are leaving, which is crazy. And I just figured this out like the other day. I'm like, someone asked me the same question, and I was like, and then I thought, I'm like, half the freaking people I have listed right now are leaving Canada, which is crazy. So I got 8
Half
listings,
the
and 4 of them are
he's
leaving.
a real
So we
estate
got
agent, and
one
half
going,
the people
I thought
that
he was
he's
going to buy
selling
a
to right
van
now
and
are
drive around
leaving
like the
Canada.
States and Canada and stuff, like, which is still leaving. He's just trying to leave from wherever, right? But no,
Yeah.
I guess my assistant told me he's going back to Russia. He's a Russian guy. He's going back to Russia. Another one's going to the US for work. They have a good work opportunity there. They're
But
like,
why wouldn't
see
you?
ya. Another one's
Honestly,
going to Indonesia.
like-
quit his job. Like,
Unless you're a new
he's like, I'm
immigrant,
done with this country.
if you're an old
he's
immigrant,
like a
it's even
patriot too,
worse.
right? He's
Like
I'm
for
done.
you.
Got
But if you're
married
like, but even if you're a citizen, you're born and fucking raised here, and your family parents are born and raised here. You have literally no fucking chance. Like to do anything. All you can do is fucking. If you're lucky, you can maybe get a job at McDonald's.
I don't blame him.
But
I
good luck
thought,
keeping it for more than like 5 years.
You moved away, right? And I said, where would I go? And it's a tough question because, well, for one, I'd have to do some sort of online work. I'll just, like I said at the beginning, I'll become a full-time YouTuber or something. I'd love to do that. Like, just even producing videos. I
I'm
wouldn't
pretty
want
sure
to bank on
anybody
YouTube
would
because I
love
could,
to
like,
be a full-time
cut your money off all of a sudden one day. But like, content creator, videographer or something, right? I'd love to do that full time. I just don't have the time. I'm Irish. It's like there is no way in hell I'm going to Ireland. Ireland's like worse. Like Ireland's like the UK. Like, there's people that send their kids to the schools in these certain areas, and their kids, like, no one speaks English but their kid. Like, it's like crazy. Like, they just flooded it with their immigration policies, their reckless globalist immigration policies.
Could you get an Irish passport though?
Yeah.
And go anywhere in the EU?
Yeah. My kids have the Irish passports and everything, right? But my wife doesn't. She'd have to live in Ireland for 3 years or whatever to qualify. So
okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's like,
that
so
sounds pretty
but I wouldn't go.
fucking normal.
Well, if I was going to go to Europe,
3
I'd
years
probably
of
go to,
living
like,
somewhere
Hungary or
qualifies you to
something.
be
I don't even
part
know
of that
where would I go,
citizen.
but
Like,
I don't know. Europe's okay.
like I don't want people spending a year trying to fucking become a citizen here, and then they can vote. Great.
Well, the states
You
forget.
paid for them to come here in a fucking year's time,
Like,
and
I'm
now they
thinking,
can
like,
vote.
Thailand, maybe.
So yeah, they probably
Japan.
think that you're
Japan's pretty
great.
Nice and clean over there. I literally have to live like all the way across the world.
Hi,
Thailand would be good. Get a place like 150
feel-
grand or something.
Yeah, that's really cheap. Like Vietnam is one of the
Pretty good.
places a lot of people put in the comments because I've got videos on leaving. And
Yeah.
like, it's mostly like Vietnam,
anybody
Mexico,
else,
Dominican Republic,
I'm
which
scared
you
for
said
their
where
life.
people are going. But the one thing I couldn't get off the
Or their
stats
mental.
still
They
a
had her
lot
their,
of
like,
Canadians
fucking
are moving
mental
to the UK. Like that always comes out as one of the top places people are emigrating. And I'm like, the UK is like just a downgrade on Canada. Like it's
Yeah, but you know what?
better.
You are a
Like,
nice
it's
guy.
just different.
You're very fucking polite to
in fact,
females.
even worse. In fact, when I go back to the UK, I generally visit every year, and I just see
Find
how
out
much
or
it's
get told by someone, and I'm like, oh no.
No, you're very polite with women. So like, but you make it not mistakeably like fucking like what do you call it? Inadvertently flirting.
Yeah, no.
Oh wait, where are the things for it?
No.
What? I don't even know. You just
I'm trying to do something.
no. Where's the cheese grater? No, the different extension pieces for that thing. Maybe here. I see one.
I haven't washed a piece of dishes and
No, because all the dishes are done now, so you don't have to.
yeah, but I don't know where to.
Because I'm trying to fucking deal with the ant situation here.
Well, you know what? Because the water gets there, so I guess it took so long to dry that they were very, very
Because they're
attractive.
underneath. That's why.
Yeah.
So
I've seen a couple upstairs in the past 2 days.
yeah, but I'm hoping it's just the remnants of
Yeah.
the ones that are trying to find a new spot to go, and they're gonna eventually figure out not indoors. Not to me if you're fucking stupid ant. Fucking just like the bunny, fucking nature. Nothing I can do about it. Try to save them when I can, but nature is nature. Nurture nature. I bet it's under that giant fucking pile. Look at the ladle. Just like a fucking, what's that game with all the sticks with the marbles? It's like a tube, and you have holes in the middle, and then you put the sticks
Oh,
in,
yeah,
and you
yeah,
pull
yeah.
them out, and the marbles fall.
Yeah, I don't remember what's the name. Here, I'm not here.
Hey, a cheese grater.
Hey!
Solved.
A cheese grater.
Because I'm not digging shit out.
Not getting shit out.
Oh wait.
No, not getting shit out.
No, my curiosity of my ADHD.
Not getting shit out.
God damn you, ADHD.
Put a video on that, so you'll stop getting shit out.
No, it's gonna get determined to find it. Like I know it's in here.
Determination. That crooked spatula.
Mhm.
It was a great potato peeler.
Potato masher?
Potato masher, thank you. Again, with the potato peeler.
Hey, look, I found the potato masher! But that one sucks because you have to use a spoon to scoop around the sides. So you
Yeah,
technically have to use two different things.
Yeah, that was good. That's what I'm going to be using for now.
Find that fucking metal bar, the magnetic bar for me, so I can fucking put up all the knives. I keep fucking almost dropping them on my foot. Okay, we're fine. That's where I should put them. That's where you go for them. Wow. What? Oh, the fuck? Oh, you're good at this. You know, they were saying on the radio, they were like, oh, okay, no, it's Natalie. Natalie was saying, oh, if you have to find anything, always ask your mom. If your mom always knows where it is. I'm like, my mom knows where nothing is. I literally don't live there, like 2 years, and she calls me being like, do you know where this is? I'm like, I don't live there. Why would I know where that is? She's like, you're the person that knows where stuff is in the house. I'm like, but I haven't lived there in like years. Thank you.
Baby, it was right there.
Yeah, I know. Because now that you pulled it out, I remember where I put it. That's usually how that works.
You turn around, it's not there anymore.
That's like how when I speak French. Every time I speak French and I forget a French word, as soon as they say it, I'm like, I knew that was the word. It's just like I couldn't fucking remember which word it was. Like, because I know French, it's just I don't practice it. Oh my god. God, it's so dangerous. Wait, I have drawers that are empty. What am I doing? Hang on. Move. Out of my way. Whoa! Your dog's going through terrible twos. Your dog's going through a terrible two phase. I even took him out today for a lap. Fucking still not listening. Cow. Oh no. What happened? Oh.
It's falling further. And I'm just like, yeah,
No, I clicked on it.
this is exactly what Canada is going to be in 5-10 years, because UK is like way ahead of Canada on migration. Like it's been going full crazy migration now for nearly over 2 decades.
Yeah, they've been bringing in like 1 million people a year or something in that small little place. Like the same as Canada.
Yeah.
Like they're getting screwed royally. But like, we're at the point now where like Canadians, first world country, are like talking about immigrating to third world countries like Vietnam.
Yeah.
Like who would have ever thought like people would want to immigrate to Vietnam from Canada? Like it's just that's
a
like
communist country.
yeah, it's like it's terrible. Like it's a like beautiful
Yeah,
like
but it's
scenery
more
and
terrible
jungles
than
and whatever
here.
else, but like that's how bad it is. People just want they just want out. They just I don't know, they feel there's no hope or something, and that's why we got the election coming up there. And my son behind me here, you can't see it all. You can probably read what it says. And you know, people get so angry, it's so vulgar, and they trash, you drop your trash, whatever, and whatever. Well, I didn't go to university. What do you want? I'm just a dumb freaking redneck in Niagara Falls. I prefer to be that than some like elitist person from the Demolition Man. You know, where they walk around with like in this perfect utopian world where restaurant left is Taco Bell because everything else went under. So I'm more like that Alberta, Western attitude, right? Blue collar. I prefer to be out there,
very much
cutting down
basically
trees and
American.
doing something, right?
Yeah.
It's more my
Alberta is
style than
basically
sitting
the
and
America
hunched
of
over in an
Canada.
office,
Yeah, I could never do that. You know, one thing I think is really likely as well to happen if Mark Carney does actually get in, which will be like the end of Canada, in my opinion, is like Alberta will leave, Quebec will leave, and it will all just fall apart. And then, you know, maybe Canada will become the 51st state at that point.
Maybe
It'll
I'll
be
probably
destiny.
move. You know, I thought about that. So first of all, yeah, what happens then, right? Because if he wins, there's going to be a lot of people leaving, like more than half these clients here. Then yeah, so if Alberta, I'm going to go join Alberta. I'm going to go move out there. That's at least you have them out. Maybe get rid of Canada. Just send a message. I already know what I'm doing if Carney wins, and I can talk to my wife. So I'm going to live the Canadian dream. I'm going to get some sort of social support. I'm just going to join the system, man. I'm like,
yeah, I mean, I dread to think really what will happen, but you never know. Trump may redraw the borderline, and because it's not straight across Ontario, it might
You guys
increase.
are laughing,
Well, he might
but
go,
it's so
actually,
not
we don't want Toronto
No,
and
I don't want
Brampton
that.
and all those places.
no,
And, yeah, no, exactly.
The
but
only
yeah,
reason
no,
why
it
these
is
guys
kind of
are
funny. Yeah,
laughing
there's a
is
lot
because
of
they can
people that
literally
are just
just
looking
move
for
to
the
another
door. And I think
country.
the thing is, right now, people can still get out of the housing market with a shitload of equity, and that's one of the things that's powering this. But really, what happens when in 2-3 years, like a lot of that equity is gone, the dollar is even shittier than it is right now, and then people are like, where can I go?
yeah, there's a big shift with everything. Even the snowbirds, they're
Yeah, but
selling
if you
off their
listen to what
properties,
they've been
right?
saying
In
ever
Florida
since
and
Mark Rubio
whatever else.
elected, is
Because
that everything's
that's another
going
issue. They
about
have
to
to
get
like after a
better.
month, they have to like
It's like
check in
a
with the
gaslighting
government now, and they're
narcissist.
pissed about it, right? There's like a
Just
like 30
like,
days,
hold
or you
out a
could be
little
like
bit
you could
longer,
get charged with like a
it'll all
misdemeanor
pay
or
off,
something,
it'll
right?
be
If you don't
worth it.
actually like fill out the form, and that Canadians were exempt from that, right, up until now. So yeah, you're seeing this big shift. So maybe we could do like a share, like a a timeshare thing, or housing swap with some of the boomers, the snowbirds that bought in Florida. Florida and we can like live down there for 6 months or something. Who knows? Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely changing the whole dynamic of like everything, Canada and the US. And it will blow over, like for sure. It was funny. I just watched, and I recommend everyone to watch this movie. I think it's on Netflix or Amazon Video.
Stay down. I'll make sure your cute girlfriend will be screaming my name tonight.
Wow.
Quinn hurt all over, but he picked himself up and faced the 7-foot-tall Troy. To many, Troy was the handsome star superhero of the academy. To Quinn, he was his worst nightmare. Where is Jennifer? Quinn asked.
What is this?
Troy smirked. Clearly not by your side any longer.
Oh, okay. It's a
Video
fucking
or something.
audiobook. Wow.
It's Canadian Bacon. You gotta rewatch. If you've seen it, rewatch it. It is like exactly what's happening now, but it's like this comedic movie, right? And it's hilarious. And it's like it's all based like in Niagara too, right? And they're like, and they're talking, and they flip the power off too, right? John Candy, right? Like he turns the power off for Canada instead of the opposite way, like we were threatening. And it's hilarious. You gotta watch it. Just die. Like it's so real, like what's happening compared to then, right? It's insane.
Yeah, you know that was really like a point of tension when Doug Ford went on there and he's like, "Yeah, we might just flip off the power." I was like, "Holy shit, this really could turn into a war."
People don't understand with these Ontario Conservatives. They're not conservative. They're PCs, right? They're progressive. Like the Conservative Party of Canada is, not PC. They're conservative. I don't know at one point were they PC, but so don't. And then everyone calls Doug a liberal. Well, yeah, he's a progressive, right? Like, what do you want?
It's funny actually because like PC also means politically correct, which also goes for people
for capital custody. It means a lot of things. Like I was watching some Top Show the other day. Probable cause. You just PC. You was using it. I got PC. You have drugs on you, and it's probable cause. But you know what? Everything is like the world is so backwards right now. It's crazy. So you have Pierre Poilievre saying, we're for the working people. Like the Conservatives are supposed to be
not
LGBTQRS
fucking WXYZ.
We want the working people. We want the paychecks in your hand. And then the Liberals are for the big corporations. They literally just hired the freaking, the chair of like a huge corporation to run the country. And he's like, but I was thinking, I got to get one of those offshore accounts like he does too. That seems like a good idea. Bermuda. Yeah, I guess they got all the, they set up the office over there so they could, collect all the, so they don't have to pay taxes over there, and then they kind of there, right? So I'm thinking like nice step. My problem is that they make the laws, so my real estate brokerage needs to be registered in Ontario. I wish I could register in Bermuda.
Wow, yeah. I think on a Canadian passport you can go live in Bermuda for like 12 months on the nomad visa. That's something I was looking into recently after Bermuda came up with carnage. So the condo market right now, going back to that, like how is that performing? Because I've seen like all these articles, I've seen like the sales, the inventory is absolutely exploding, and this is like the most speculative component of the housing market over the past 5 years. So are you starting to see as well, because you've probably got a lot of new developments in your area, because I can imagine it was a place where speculation was rife, where these building companies are stalling out on the construction side?
Oh yeah, like everything's stalled around here. So for one, we don't have a lot of like high-rise condos in my region, so I'm not a condo expert.
Yeah, but I feel like
there's
acronyms
like 10
are
condo
supposed
buildings
to
in the whole city. Like,
help
there's
remember
hardly, and they're like 3 stories high. So
name is.
But what I've heard, like the
once you
condos
hit 5
and
letters,
construction, it's
I
like
just stopped
like
listening and caring.
You can watch the guys in Toronto and they talk about
I'm
it.
wanting
But
a lot
as
of
for the
goldfish
builders, a
suffering.
lot of them are building like townhouses, and some of them are condos, some of them are freehold. But,
Almost all of them are
townhouses around here. So
You guys are tearing down perfectly good buildings
They
to
have
build condos.
a whole
so.
development behind, and nothing has been built. Like they've been trying to sell them. I get the emails, so nothing's selling.
Oh
from
no,
the
they get
builders,
half built
they're
and
just
then
sitting
they
there. So these
fucking
fields
run out
have
of
been
money,
mud for
so
years,
no
and
one
the
will buy
services are all
a
in,
half
but
built
they're just,
shitty
who's
fucking
gonna buy
planned
it? Who's gonna
building.
pay $900,000 for a townhouse in Niagara? Like, and it's not a luxury townhouse. It's just like a regular 15 or 1,800 square foot. So, and what they've done is they
Luxury
started
townhouse?
sticking
What does
units.
that
So the one you're
mean?
saying there's 3 units and there's 1 townhouse. And the townhouse again is like 1,800 square foot, 2 stories. So they have like you walk in the main floor, and the main floor is like a 1 bedroom. You go up the stairs to a 2 bedroom, and then they make
That's our house.
for
That's
renting
basically our house.
another bedroom or another apartment. So there's 3 units in
That's
a
not what the
townhouse,
Laurentian
right? And this is what they're
townhouses are.
building, trying to
Laurentian
sell because they
townhouses
need
are
to
like
justify the
fucking
price because they paid so much for the land, whatever else.
Pleasantville
But they're
mansion.
not selling any. There's whatever was built is sitting there. They have some models, and they're just not selling. Lots of signs around,
Okay.
from like condo.
Guess that'll
developments,
leave
like
work
coming
day. You
soon.
can
It's
complain
like
about your back
nothing, like
sits.
they haven't even launched because they know.
Hey, you
that
have a face
everyone's
again.
kind of waited out, right?
Yeah, but
And
you
these
don't
are
have a beard
putting
like
in
you used
sale,
to.
So there's a lot of
Or your
land
winter
for sale,
beard.
whether it's big parcels, small parcels.
Yeah, I
it
know,
doesn't
but I'm
matter.
used to your
But
face
people overpaid
now.
for them, so they're trying to
When you
unload them.
shave your
They're all
winter
builders
beard.
and developers that are selling
It's
these
fucking
lands. Like,
weird.
they would have bought them from, the farmer
winter
or
beard,
some
it keeps
old
my
person
face
or
warm.
whatever.
Yeah, I
Like, they
know.
would have got.
I would grow one if I
land,
could.
They had a house on it and knocked it down
I
and
would
put in their blueprints and the plan of subdivision, and they're flipping land. A lot of people flip land too, right? The city had talked about like your building permits.
Yeah,
now, they're gonna
they
expire.
do this and they
People
get
would, like, so
subsidies
they'd go
from the
develop
government
parcel
to
land
do
with
it.
no intention of building. Pay,
Bye.
500,000 for this parcel, put another 100,000 or so into it, plans, and get the permits from the city, and they would never do it. And these permits would just sit on the books because then they would list it for 1.5 million or whatever, right? Whatever the scale was. So, like, I saw one that they bought all these lots down near the tourist area for like $4 million.
Oh,
There's
wow.
still like businesses on these, but they have it for
I
casino
had to
now,
put one
and
in
they
my
have, like,
phone for
images
my,
of two
payment.
towers, like renderings of these 2 condo towers, and they're
Like, I already forgot
already
what fucking day it
approved,
was on.
whatever, like, but the city
The
now
9th,
is
I think?
saying like we're gonna start putting expiries.
I had to put a reminder for my payment plan.
Because no one had intention.
I see, like, fucking my God, even grown yet already.
We have holes in the ground. I
Told me like a
video
week
on
ago.
one. There's, like, holes in the ground from like this one condo building. It was supposed to be like the biggest condo building in Canada or something, like right in prime time. And they literally just got
I
the
know you
whole
will.
dog and they went bankrupt. And then there's
More for
another
me.
one in like Chippewa, a small like suburb of Niagara Falls. And this one's been there for years though, because they were gonna build a condo building. Like there's a river right beside it, and then they dug the basement, and the water just like comes in the basement.
Like I
because
said, you
it's
don't get
lower
it.
than the
Oh,
river.
your other phone.
It's been sitting there for years.
Oh.
So you have a lot of. It looks like Detroit.
Figured
with
fucking you
all
would have
the
had it turned
buildings,
off
but
in
there's no
a
buildings.
fucking
It's
cupboard
just
right
kind of
by
rock,
now.
Field and mud and
On a shelf
garbage
somewhere.
falling into them. There's garbage everywhere because, and I'm sure, and I said it on my video, they say,
I cut too
"Well,
much
you're going to develop that land." No, they're not. They hope they could develop it, but they're not going to develop it anytime soon. So you
So
have
I
all
am
these
shedding.
mud lots with garbage
The
piling
Walmart
up on
is
them.
supposed
And
to be
these
a
are
super
commercial,
center, now it's
residential,
just a
doesn't
fucking
matter. My bank's
dirt field with a
they
Walmart
got
at the end
right
of
at
it.
a busy corner. It's a Royal
Hilarious.
Bank, and they're the only business, but they're building to suit the developer, right? It's commercial. So the rest, you have this bank, and the rest is
Right
like
next to the
just
hospital
surrounded by mud
and
and
the
garbage.
Fucking oncology
And then
treatment
once in a while,
center
they'll think
that
about having
fucking went
equipment and they'll
bankrupt.
rake the mud out, right, to make it look good. But like no
$40
one's
million.
building it, and they have like a construction trailer, but it's been like that for years, and no one's building anything. If you want to walk to
Montreal
my
in
bank,
its
which I can
entirety.
walk, it's like 1.5 kilometers away. So you cross this busy road, you cross the road. There's no sidewalks at my bank. So you cross
There's no
onto
sidewalks
the
anywhere
grass,
in
and you're like
Chevy.
walking across the grass
There's
and the
about
flower
this much
beds.
of
Like
fucking
you
gravel
cannot walk
and
to this
ditch.
bank. You have to pull in with a car, right? Or else you're walking across grass or mud. But the Canada, they say, we want to, public transit and all. The Canada,
Not
most of
that
Canada, these suburbs are
handicap
not set up
fucking
for public
people,
transit.
elderly
They're set up
people.
to drive. So
Yeah.
For them to
Yeah,
walk down the
it's true.
street.
It's true. Well, yeah, they're all set up for the car, and that is an interesting.
Yeah,
point,
and then they take away
actually,
your license because you're
you
too
bring
poor.
me to Justin Trudeau's high-speed rail
And I
plan.
moved
Are
to a
you
place
really
where you
looking
need to have a
forward
car.
to that? I think it was going to go to Niagara Falls, wasn't it, or was it just going?
No,
to
I think it's Toronto. I did like the math on that, and not the construction math or anything, but just like the driving math at the time. And it's like from Toronto to thing in under 4 hours or 4.5 hours. I don't know. I can drive from Niagara Falls to Ottawa in like 5 hours. I can drive from here
Montreal
to Montreal in
to
6 hours. So from
Niagara
there,
was
it's 5 hours.
5 hours
Would I
with the new
prefer to be
bridge.
sitting in my car, making a stop wherever I want, or rent a car if I didn't have one, or would I prefer to be on this high-speed rail
I rented a
with
car
like who knows who's
once or
on
twice.
it, and like no, I
Actually,
prefer
both
to
times we
drive.
got charged
Yeah,
for
I prefer to
something.
drive myself.
Damage
And
to the
first of all,
vehicle.
you have to get to the train station. So
Even though we
there's
took
20
pictures
minutes,
and we
half
did
an hour,
the fucking
depending on
thing
where
that
you
says there's
live,
no
right?
dents or
Maybe it's
whatever.
5 minutes, but most people it's going to be 20 minutes to 30 minutes at least. Then when you get to Montreal, you have to take an Uber or taxi to get to wherever you're going at your final destination, which is going to be 20 minutes, half an
Yeah,
hour.
you're
So,
coming.
so
You can do
there's
whatever
another
you want
hour.
with
So
them.
it's still almost the same amount of time to drive door to door than it is to take
Isn't
this
a
speaking
weird
right
thing
out. So
with-
to me, the convenience factor.
It's a weird thing that one of Yannick's coworkers does, where he just like if he doesn't feel comfortable, but the conversation, like he gave me shit for mentioning an ex-boyfriend. He's like, "Oh, don't mention, don't fucking be talking about your ex in front of fucking. I don't want to be hearing about your ex," and he'll just literally opt out of conversation. and like fucking just ignore that you were speaking and just like start talking about something else louder. I was like, it's not even about like why would you be uncomfortable with me talking about an ex when like I'm not dating you. Wait, what? Freeland fired from Cardi's cabinet? Wasn't she already fired?
Most people use ChatGPT the wrong way. Here's how the smart ones get ahead. To people over 50 who don't understand AI, tomorrow morning
No, I
we're
tried
starting
using.
the 20.
Okay, well, I'm not over
Tariffs
fucking
are
50, and
completely
I tried
paused
using
for the next
ChatGPT, and it
90
just did
days
not work.
between America and China,
Just
which
said no
is
results.
good.
We
It's
can't
great.
find a result for this.
It's
I was like, okay, well then, fuck it.
phenomenal because now you have the stock market that's rebalancing and just a whole bunch of good is coming from that. You also have David Eby, British Columbia, taking a page out of the conservative book, and he's hiring American healthcare workers, and he set it up, that process taking 4 months. It's taken days. So again, good job, I suppose, even though it's not the people doing it that I want to be doing it.
I feel like I
At
wanna
least
say that to
stuff
you.
is getting done. And yeah, Freeland is also not part of
Like sometimes he's funny, and I'm like, oh my god, look, you're funny a little bit.
Done this shot.
Otherwise, he's really, really annoying, and I hate it.
I can't stop the laugh. Freeland is not part of Mark Carney's cabinet.
I thought
She
Carney
ran
got
for
fired.
prime minister after dumping Trudeau and then an election being triggered. And she thought maybe she'd get a job, but nope, she's just a normal MP. So yeah, there's a whole lot of news to take a look at.
Hey,
in
so
this
she's not
video.
fired.
Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help
Like
grow the
Jody
channel.
Bryson
We gotta
Russell,
talk about protecting
she didn't get
ourselves, folks. With
fired.
the referendum
put in
on
a
the
different
horizon, it feels like Canada
position,
is
and then they
about
still
to
paid
be
her
shattered, province by
$130,000 a year.
province by
Whoops,
province.
that just
And
slipped
well,
because
we
she
have
forgot
to
to mute her
personally
Zoom
protect
call.
ourselves because there's probably going to be a whole lot of craziness coming from this Liberal cabinet, which is a phenomenal segue into today's sponsor. This video is brought to you by today's sponsor, Private Internet Access. If you're fed up with government censorship and the government
up with people
tracking
pushing
and
fucking
selling
ads
your
at me.
data, well, boy, oh,
And then
allows you
YouTube
to
saying that I
access internet
can't
access,
play
but
fucking
my
YouTube.
favorite is the fact that it works on so many one country, VPN.com for China
Am I the
and
only one who
America,
doesn't
which is
buy
good
money?
because
Or doesn't buy money?
that would have
Doesn't
been
buy anything with
really
money?
bad.
Today we achieved a total
I buy groceries, I buy
reset
toilet
with
paper, I
China
don't buy clothes.
after productive
buy
talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the largest structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs.
We're gonna do this every day.
Because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's gonna, I think, he's gonna up
Apple Cook.
his numbers, $500 billion. He's gonna be building a lot of plants in the
I
United
thought
States
Tim
for Apple.
Cook quit and was
we look
replaced with
forward
an
to that.
Indian
I
guy.
really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly.
Or
The
he's still
relationship is very good.
a board
We're not
of
looking to hurt
directors.
China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing. We made a great deal with China, great trade deal. But it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace.
I'd love to know what you guys think about that clip. Do you think this is good? Do you think this is bad? Do you think this is the art of the deal? Let me know your guys' theories down below.
Ryan.
Moving on, we're now going to take a look here at
Me-
what's going to happen with Mark Carney's cabinet.
Make America
Apparently,
great
there's
again.
going to be a whole lot of new faces.
Carney is putting the finishing touches on his new front bench ahead of revealing tomorrow who he thinks can deliver and deliver fast on his promise to set Canada on a new path. Behind closed doors, Mark Carney and his transition team have been preparing to present who will take the lead on making the Liberals' campaign commitments come to life.
Taking these decisions around who is going to be in the ministry sets the tone for the entirety of the mandate.
After appointing a slimmed-down ministry just before the election, CTV News has confirmed that Carney's cabinet roster is expected to stay under 30 people, but the Prime Minister's office says Carney will be installing essentially a two-tiered team. There will be a core group of cabinet ministers that will lead on the big files such as trade and Trump, and then there will be up to 10 secretaries of state, who in addition could be picking up less pressing portfolios or assist main ministers on specific files. This ministry, as it'll be called, isn't likely to be involved in all cabinet work, according to the PMO. CTV News has also confirmed that more than half of the MPs walking up to Rideau Hall tomorrow will be new faces. Someone who was in the room when the last Prime Minister was making these decisions said to expect Carney to leverage having a more regionally diverse roster and recruits with big resumes.
The prime consideration for Mr. Carney is going to be who has the skills to take the decisions and to lead at this critical moment for our country. Period. End of sentence.
As for what Canadians want to see this government focus on, Canada-US relations tops the list, according to Nanos research, followed by affordability, healthcare, housing, and tax cuts.
If you guys have any predictions as to who will and who won't be in the cabinet, let me know down in the comments. Next up, we're going to take a look at Freeland getting the boot, or at least not getting an offer from her son's godfather, who is now the Prime Minister of the country, Mark Carney.
My dog is fucking sneezing out.
But I guess not working in her favor. Chrystia Freeland won't be in Mark Carney's new cabinet, sources tell CTV. You can see the top comment here. Elbows up? Question mark. Trump effectively dictated her dismissal from cabinet as a condition of negotiation, and Carney is going to accede to his demand.
We've been lied to. This is the worst I've ever seen it. This is a place where people are so angry, so frustrated, so fearful because the game has changed. We got this inflation that's massive. We got people afraid that AI is going to take away their job. And also the story we were told, that's the lie that makes me so mad. You're supposed to work hard, go to school, get a degree, go to work for a big company, and then work really hard. You'll move up and you'll have a great time and you'll eventually retire and have a beautiful family and everything works out well. How's that working for most people right now? Most people are frustrated. They're overwhelmed. They're stressed. They don't have a clear idea of their compelling future.
I'm disgruntled.
No one's about how to have a life.
Another disparate.
I love it. I love it. I personally think that Freeland is going to retire soon. I think that she's coming to the end of her career in a very humiliating way. Freeland out of cabinet. One prominent name, thank goodness, who will be removed from the front bench, however, is a longtime minister, Freeland, who Carney put in charge in transport and internal trade portfolios in mid-March. The assignment came amid Carney's promise to break down inter-provincial trade barriers by Canada Day. Wow, that's so close. Man, that's pretty cool. You know, here's what pisses me off. The fact that I just said that that's pretty cool. It shows me that I kind of have Stockholm syndrome. Like the Liberals created this problem. This could have been solved by the Conservatives. But it can also be solved by the Liberals, and this is part of their tactic. Make life so bad for people and then offer to sell the solution. Cause a problem, sell the solution. I've said this many, many times. It's a well-known thing. And yeah, Liberals are doing it in full effect right now. Inter-provincial trade barriers are put up by Liberals. They could have actually used the whole COVID crisis as the best way to break down the inter-provincial trade barriers for services, specifically with healthcare workers. But here they are now. We should be kissing their feet because he's the Messiah. Carney's the Messiah apparently for solving these things. No, this should have been done a long time ago. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad it's happening. Yeah, I'm a conservative. I have conservative values. I voted for the Conservatives. I just want this country to be better. And it sucks that the Liberals, all of the same people are still there. They ruined this country. And now they're going, hey, we can sell you the solution. We're going to make it real good and we're going to do it real fast. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's greasy to me. It's like if I was a mechanic and I'm walking by people's tires and I'm puncturing their tires and going, hey, you need a new tire? Well, haha, here's my business card. That's gross. But that's how they
For the
look at
longest
it.
time, you said you're a
I'd like to
political
know your
analyzer.
thoughts and comments down below. Next up, we're going to take a look at Tom Mulcair, who has a reappearance on CTV to discuss the cabinet priorities.
Oh, the
and
shadow
what he
cabinet?
thinks the cabinet should look like.
Are you anticipating a big shakeup? Do you think that there could be quite a difference to this cabinet?
I think you have quite a good list right there. I agree with most of that. I think that, for example, Carlos Letao is likely to get financed. It's going to be a big change. He's a banker, first and foremost. He did an outstanding job, by the way, in the province of Quebec. It was an absolute mess that he walked into and cleaned up very successfully. A mess that resembles the finance mess left by the Trudeau government. So, yeah, Carney's got a lot of work to do. He puts in a banker who can talk to him in semaphore.
Okay,
I mean,
wait.
they'll understand each other implicitly, and he'll just go about his business and get the
I
thing
don't
done.
listen to it
So
because I
think
like
that
it.
that's a
It's
pretty
because
easy
I
choice.
voted
I
Trudeau
also
in,
agree
and
that,
so
and I've
I'm
heard
part of
through
the
several
problem.
sources now that
Which
Evan
is why I didn't
Solomon
vote.
is going to cabinet. The
Fucking
idea
waste of
of
time.
refreshing cabinet is essential. When you mention, for example, Buckley Belanger, and there's a good reason for that. He's the Liberal in Saskatchewan, so of course he's going into cabinet. Remains to be seen what that role will be. But these are
Let's just take a second. Who is Tom Mulcair? Thomas Joseph Mulcair, PC, is a Canadian lawyer and retired. He's a retired politician who served as leader of the NDP. Right. So this is the same guy that they voted out. His own party voted him out, I'm pretty sure. Outremont. That's here. Oh, really? Why does it say that his name is... Here, you want me to flip your girlfriend for you? The bubble room. Oh, the big bad butt. Maybe go down, lay down in the bathroom with Daddy? No. Come. Not you. Come here, Jack. Go lay down with Daddy. Can't find a comfortable fucking sleeping spot. Here. Let Daddy. You put Daddy's clothes on top of it so you just snip Daddy's underpants. There you go. Pick up. Yeah, but I got you clean underpants. Oh, it doesn't matter. Ugh. I don't understand why it says Thomas Joseph Mulcair PC is a Canadian lawyer who's part of the NDP. Because why is PC after his name? Parliament? No. Okay. But I took you out before. Go to web address? No. Wow. Search with Google search. Politician Canadian? Canadian politician? Is that why? Facts for kids about Tom Mulcair. What the fuck? It was getting weird. Oh, Canadian politician. No, because it would be politician Canadian. PC would be politician Canadian. Whatever. Always Wikipedia. Elected on common to Oudermont was a senior civil servant in the Quebec provincial government. Ran a private law practice, taught law university level, because that's basically a requirement to become a politician. That's weird, isn't it? Mulcair joined federal NDP in 1974, was provincial member of National Assembly of Quebec. For the riding of Chamonix and Laval, 1984 to 2007. Really? When things were going pretty well. Holding the seat for the Quebec Liberal Party. He served as the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Parks Canada, 2003 to 2006, in the Liberal government of Prime Minister Jean Charest. Oh no, that's K. I was getting confused with the fucking the Liberal leader Jean Charest and the old Prime Minister. I'm pretty sure they have the same name. Elected MP Outremont by a by-election in 2007, named co-deputy leader of the NDP shortly afterwards, and won re-election to the seat 3 times. On May 2011, he was named the new NDP opposition House leader. Also served as NDP's Quebec lieutenant. I don't know what that is. Look at all the things we're learning today. In Canadian politics, Quebec lieutenant is a Quebec politician who is selected by the party leader to be the main advisor or spokesperson on a specific... Oh, really? So he goes to the fucking House of Commons for Quebec. Completely different thing. It's done all in French. Yeah, see, this is particularly the case when leaders Anglophone through several Francophone leaders have also had Quebec lieutenants. Oh, it is typically filed by a member of parliament or at least a current or former candidate of parliament. By a former, what? Position is usually well known, but often an unofficial assignment and has no official legal status. Good. Wow. Can't believe that's actually a thing. This is a title that has literally no legal status. Wow. Was elected the leader of the NDP on the 4th ballot of 2012. NDP having the second largest caucus of the House of Commons. Mulcair became the leader of the official opposition. Mulcair advocated for balanced budgets, leadership, blah, blah, blah. Seems pretty legit. Through polls early in the 2015 federal election campaign, meaning when Justin Trudeau got elected, indicated the possibility of an NDP minority government. The party lost just over half its seats and renamed third place status. During the leadership review vote, really, that's the one where I voted for Jagmeet Singh, and they said that he came after the PQ. During leadership review vote held in 2016 federal NDP convention, 52% of delegates voted to hold a leadership election in October 2017. Mulcair stated he would remain leader until the party chose a replacement. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
These are the types of people who will be able to refresh. The addition of these people makes it almost impossible for Carney to meet his objective of having at most 29. He wants to keep it under 30 if he in any way can. The only way for him to do that, he's going to have to drop a little bit of ballast. There are some people who are in cabinet now who made the cut for that smaller cabinet who might get dropped. And of course, very unlikely that any of the people that he dropped when he came in will make it back in. You could think, for example, of someone who was quite good, Mark Miller, in immigration, worked hard to clean up a real mess that was left there.
Yeah, but at first he was the guy for
make it back
Indigenous
in?
Affairs when he
It's gonna
was
be a very
clearly
tough
eight.
Yeah, so what kind of message overall do you
Fucking
think
white ginger.
Carney is looking to send?
I know
with
there's
his new
ginger
cabinet?
natives,
Either
but, like,
message to
guy's not
Canadians
native.
or a message to his team, whether they make it back in or not.
His messaging is around the economy. That's his number one thing. That's why he's there, to deal with the number one economic problem we have, which is our relationship with the United States and the threats being imposed by, and the tariffs being imposed by Donald Trump. So this is his number one concern. He's going to put a very strong team around him on that. For example, does Melanie Joly keep foreign affairs? I think there's no certainty about that because she really had a lot of difficulty on, for example, one specific file, which was Israel, the war between Israel and Hamas. And frankly, some of her positions were very difficult to square with anything that Canada's done in the past. So that might make it difficult for him to keep her there. Although, when she was at the White House with him recently, she showed that she had mastery of the file. So that might be enough to keep her in, but that's the type of tough deliberation that's going on, went on for the past several days. And they already know who the list is. Not everybody can be satisfied. If we say that Carlos Letao goes to finance, that means that François Philippe Champagne, who was convinced he was going to stay in finance, is going to have his nose a little bit out of joint. What's he going to get in return? That we'll find out tomorrow. He'll be in for sure.
Do you agree with Tom Mulcair's assessment? Let me know about your thoughts and comments down below. Next up, we got to take a look here at, I don't even know, I can't call him the fat pig because he's not fat, but he's tall and lanky and his face looks like Woody from Toy Story. So what do I call him? The depressed Woody? David Eby, Communist Eby, is now apparently the saving grace of British Columbia healthcare and wants to start hiring immediately healthcare workers from.
Can you invest in American real estate if you're a foreigner?
Yeah, I live in Canada and all my properties I own are in the US.
Why not invest in Canada?
Because I'm self-employed and no bank will give me a loan. Since joining the Sub2 community, I bought 6 American properties in 4 months with an average interest rate of 3%. No banks, no credit.
Oh my gosh, how can other Canadians get involved?
Well, click the link below and learn everything we do in the Sub2 community.
Only if you send me a gun to blow my fucking head off.
Just in early April, we made significant changes to how American trained nurses are able to get to work in British Columbia, cutting the wait for nurses from up to 4 months to a matter of days being able to get to work here in the province. Since that early April implementation date, we have seen some significant impacts. Applications from US trained nurses to British Columbia are up 127%. 177 nurses have applied since the implementation of this new program, and 113 have been granted registrations already. Since March, just before the implementation of this new program, we've had 1,200 doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals that have expressed interest in working in British Columbia. It could be attending a webinar or accessing information about how to apply to work here. We're going to continue to ramp up these recruitment efforts, including direct ad campaigns down the west coast of the United States through Oregon, Washington, and select cities in California. Our goal is to ensure that we're not missing this opportunity, to ensure that we're strengthening our healthcare system for all British Columbians.
Oh, sweetheart.
This recent development in relation to nurses builds on work that we've already done to recruit internationally trained health professionals.
Wow, you're like really
we have
new
recruited over 1,900 international medical graduates that have registered in the province between January 2023 to April 2025 . And over 1,600 internationally educated nurses
I'm
have
pretty sure our
registered
government
from January
really picks people up
2023
off the street
to
at
the
this
end of
point.
last
And
year.
you're like, can you read?
Over the
I got
last 2 years,
200
we've
bucks.
added 1,000 new family doctors, connecting hundreds of thousands of British Columbians
Say you're the professional
to
this of
the
this
primary
fucking
care
department.
they need. And we know there's a lot more to do, but we also know that there's an opportunity here to really ensure that people get the care that they need. We're continuing our efforts to recruit and retain and train healthcare professionals, including at the new medical school at SFU Surrey.
Literally
Once
just, like, walked in
again,
and was
cause the
hiding his
problem
script. I
and
was like,
solve
yeah,
the
sure.
solution. This could have and should have been done a long time ago, but here we are now. Thankful, like I'm thankful that this is happening, but that's my Stockholm syndrome speaking, and it angers me. It angers me that I fall
you're
for
using
this
that word
stuff.
wrong.
I'm not kissing his feet. I'm not thanking him, but I'm just happy that stuff is getting done in this country. But it might be a little bit too late for Alberta. Premier Smith is going up against the feds for the carbon tax, the consumer carbon tax, and then also giving the referendum a bit of more of a platform. Even though she says she's against it, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, it's happening. Let's take a look at that.
Talking about an important step Alberta's taking to protect our province's economy and help our businesses stay competitive. The current tariffs being imposed by the United States are increasing costs, disrupting supply chains, and creating uncertainty for industry, making it challenging to operate efficiently and stay globally competitive. Our government is committed to supporting Alberta businesses and industry and doing everything we can to ensure they remain competitive across global markets. And we will continue to take action to make Alberta one of the most business-friendly jurisdictions in North America by removing burdensome red tape, eliminating unnecessary regulations, and keeping taxes low. Our industry, from energy to agriculture, not only empower our economy, but the wealth that they generate allows us to provide Albertans with the essential services they rely on, from healthcare to education. That's why it's so important that we listen to industry concerns and help develop a business environment where they can thrive. And what we have heard from industry is that any further increases to the industrial carbon tax past $100 per ton would be detrimental to their businesses and would diminish their competitiveness in the market. That's why today we're announcing that effective immediately, Alberta is freezing the industrial carbon tax under Alberta's Technology and Innovation Emissions Reduction System, or TIER, at $95 per ton of emissions. This price was set to increase to $110 per ton next year and continue increasing to $170 per ton by 2030. Now, let me be clear, Alberta remains committed to reducing emissions through the development and implementation of new technologies, not unrealistically high taxes, while responsibly powering the world for decades to come. Alberta's industrial carbon tax system, TIER, has been in place since 2007. Our approach has reduced emissions in intensity by over 22% and reduced overall emissions by an estimated 7.2%, while production increased by 90%. We have a reasonable system in place that's working, but any additional increases past $100 per ton will wipe out any of the benefits we've seen. That means fewer jobs for Albertans, less revenue to invest in our public services, and decreased innovation across our industries. But instead of supporting our industry, Ottawa wants to increase their industrial carbon tax to $170 per ton by 2030. Now, if industry told us that any increase past $100 per ton would be harmful, you can imagine what $170 ton industrial carbon tax would do to our industry. That would be devastating to Alberta's economy. This is yet another example
wrong kind of
Ottawa
devastated.
stepping into our provincial jurisdiction with reckless policies that damage our industry. This is on top of the anti-industry and anti-development policies passed by Liberal and NDP politicians in Ottawa to cap production, landlock Alberta's resources, destroy our reliable and affordable electricity grid, and ultimately to put Albertans out of work and ruin our economy. With the change in government south of the border, it is essential that we have a reasonable carbon pricing system, not one that will price our industries out of global markets. By freezing Alberta's industrial carbon price, we are acting in the best interest of all Albertans. We are providing certainty, stability, and economic relief to the businesses that contribute so much to all of Canada. And we are supporting the energy producers whose expertise and innovation are quite literally shaping the world's energy future. But this freeze doesn't just benefit our energy industry. It's also agriculture, forestry, petrochemicals, and other industries that make the products the world needs that contribute so much to our economy and create jobs that enable hardworking Albertans to provide for their families. We will stand up for our province, support our industries, and protect Albertans' livelihoods. But make no mistake, our government will always do what is right for Alberta, no matter what Ottawa says.
So previously you said that you couldn't comment or presuppose any potential referendum question put to the populace. The Alberta Prosperity Project this morning released the question that they intend to move forward with, which is, do you agree that the province of Alberta shall become a sovereign country and cease to be a province of Canada? They said they're waiting until they can get about 600,000 signatures before pushing forward with the petition. So if any referendum question has to respect the treaties, would you be willing to put that question on a ballot?
I
Well,
didn't
as
fully
I
understand her
mentioned,
question.
there is a citizen initiative.
Take a right hand, shake it out. How many people here want to learn fast?
Please.
How many people want to remember more?
Initiated
How many
process.
people wanna be fucking
Having
pushed
people
in
sign up
your
on a
ass?
website saying that they will ultimately sign a petition is one thing. Getting the physical signatures signed up is another. That's why we have to wait for the process to play out. We haven't yet passed the legislation, and so once the legislation passes, it'll be pretty clear what the timeframes are. I know that there are several groups out there that are proposing different timelines, different questions, and so I'll wait to see which one garners enough signatures and actually gets a petition campaign going before I would comment on that. But I've made my position clear. I support a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada, and it's my job to see if we can get a new deal with Ottawa so that I can convince more Albertans to feel the same.
But whose job is it to determine whether or not a question being put to Albertans is constitutional or respects the charter? Is it the government's job to say, we don't think that's a legal question? Is it Elections Alberta's job?
Well, I think it was the Supreme Court's job, and so the Supreme Court in their Clarity Act gave some pretty clear ideas about what you needed to do, which prompts a negotiation if something like that was ever to be successful. So I think that this the Clarity Act and the constitutional or the court discussion around it gives a pretty clear path. That wasn't just to apply to one province. So I think that it's no one's asking these questions in Quebec, even though they do have the Parti Québécois polling higher than anyone else, and they've just elected 24 separatist MPs. So I think that perhaps maybe talking to some of the scholars in Quebec, because they've obviously worked through that, and they're much further ahead in the discussion than any other region.
Awesome. And we'll go to Shay, and then Jack, you still had your hand up. We'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my question. It's for the Premier. We've heard you talked earlier today about economic stability and relief. I've heard from some economists who say that any plan for Alberta to separate from Canada is not economically viable, and they fear that investment would flee from this province as a result of that instability. I know you said that your government is not putting forward this referendum yourself, but you are leaving the door open. So are you risking economic stability?
I think this was a joke. As I said, we support citizen-initiated referenda. The whole purpose is to have a process for citizens to be able to put those questions forward. I would say that would be a question for any of the groups that are leading that, because we aren't. We're leading the effort to have a strong and sovereign Alberta within United Canada. And that would be what I would be advocating for.
Well, I
But
hope
by lowering
so,
the
because it's
threshold,
anti-Canadian to say you want to
and
separate.
you yourself acknowledged talking on with National
I feel like
Council
it would
that
literally
you
just
regard
be like, well, what
also
if the
to
British
create
separates,
a party.
and then people were
So,
like,
therefore, I guess, are you worried about fractures within your own party as a result of this? We're seeing new groups, whether it's the Alberta Prosperity or the Republicans, saying that they're hearing a lot of support on this.
I think single issues should be put on a single question on a ballot if citizens want it to be. Our political party has dozens, if not hundreds, of policies. And so I don't intend for the United Conservative Party to become a single issue party. We intend to continue to support their founding documents, which that we are supporting constitutional sovereignty within United Canada. So once again, I think that those questions are for the various groups that are putting forward the referendum questions.
Freezing the price kind of seems contrary to that, but it also kind of actually, in my head, breeds instability, because an indefinite freeze is something that will change, and they knew, the businesses knew when the price was escalating. So how is that stable?
I would say that the fact that the first action that Prime Minister Mark Carney took was to eliminate the retail carbon tax shows you that that price had gotten too high to bear. And I think that it's reasonable to expect that it's a parallel in the business community, that the price has gotten too high to bear. If you have a time
people are
frame
catching
of
on
going
that
out
you're
to
fucking
2050,
screwing them.
there's no
is what
reason to
happened.
try to front end load everything by 2030. That's been foundational to the dispute we're having with the federal government. Is let's coordinate around a 2050 target so that you can have a reasonable time
Stop
frame
doing
to
stuff
implement
that's not
technology,
working.
develop new solutions, see the retirement of equipment. That's foundationally why we're having the dispute with Ottawa. The 170, could it have been possible if the Americans were following suit? I don't know. But you may have noticed there's a change of direction in the United States since November, which has caused a massive recalibration of everything in Canada. And if we want to be able to compete and integrate with our largest consumer, then we've got to have a reasonable level of increase. So as you've seen, we're not proposing it goes to zero. We're just proposing that it stays where it is. Well, we have some kind of recalibration about how this is going to impact the business community. What we have heard from the business community is that it's too high. And I think if you look at Quebec's carbon price, Quebec's carbon trading price is lower than this. And so that is also one of the reasons why we're frustrated with the federal approach, is that it doesn't apply equally to all of the provinces. That was absolutely true on the retail tax, and it's certainly true on the industrial pricing as well. So this, I hope, will prompt a conversation for us to get in sync with the federal government. That's what we've been asking to do ever since I talked to Mark Carney's predecessor, and I mentioned this in our first conversation. And it may be as you go forward that there's a tolerance to increase it, but I can tell you, I think that the business community has reached its limit. And why does it matter? We're competing for capital with the United States. Those dollars can flow anywhere. And if we get too far ahead of where the Americans are, then all of those billions of dollars of investment will not come here, and that will impact our economy.
All righty, folks. That concludes this video. I'd love to know what you guys have to say down below in the comments. For starters, are you pro separation? Do you think that Alberta should move forward with the referendum? Let me know down below. And then about any of the other topics that were mentioned in this video. Let me know your guys' thoughts down in the comments. That is the end. If you guys haven't yet already, I'd really like to encourage you guys to slap a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and thank you one last time to Private Internet Access for sponsoring this video. I'll see you all later. Bye for now.
Not all probiotics are made the same. Seeds DS-01 helps you poop more and bloat less. The 24 pre and probiotic strains are clinically proven to promote regularity and reduce bloating in as little as 2 weeks. Many probiotics dissolve before reaching the gut. DS-01 has a 2-in-1 nested capsule design that makes it to your colon where it is the most effective. So you can feel free from what's weighing you down. Imagine eating your favorite meals without worry, wearing what you want.
No. It's on Opera. No, but it's just, I think it's the computer. I don't think it's the browsers or the internet, so. What? Mark Carney will be Canada's last prime minister?
Mother's Day, that they're making Mother's Day cards for like a month. And as soon as Mother's Day was over, as soon as they gave me the cards, they started immediately on making a Father's Day card. So it was all very fun and very cute. I want to give a quick shout out though to my own mother, because so much of the reason that my life is the way it is and the way that I am able
is because she spread her legs and then you were there.
I'm so proud of my mom for going and doing this. But this is an interview I've been trying to set up for some time.
Like fucking tacos, baby.
That's hopefully the idea.
Leader of the
weird if it didn't.
From 1997 to 2000, and always just a voice of wisdom in these troublesome times, especially talking about the pathway towards independence or the question of independence for Western Canada and for Alberta. So Preston, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, well, thanks for having me. That was a good
introduction.
Reference to Mother's Day too. That's a very important.
You are so old.
Point to make.
You're
thank you. Okay, so
drunk.
I haven't spoken to you in a while. We had
Looks
you on
like
the show a
Santa
few months
Claus
ago when we were
cheeks.
talking a little bit about this issue, but obviously it's really flared up. So first of all, why don't you just tell me what your reaction to the recent election was?
God damn Taco Bell and their fucking marketing.
What do you make of
suckered me into buying their stupid box when I can't fucking buy Taco Bell here anymore? All they're doing is marketing their fucking stupid sauce. Little packets of sauce. Like, I can't even fucking buy Taco Bell. I want to make it. I want to buy it. They give you smaller tacos.
President Trump intervening himself.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Election.
What is on my leg?
Quickly becoming leader.
There's a little bug on my leg.
The whole scene changed, and I'm disappointed with the election results because, like a lot of Canadians, particularly in Western Canada, we wanted a change in administration. just a complete change. And the fact that that didn't happen has led to a lot of unrest and discouragement with the results of the election.
Well, you had a really interesting op-ed in the
It
Globe
looked
and
like a
Mail back
caterpillar.
on April 2nd. The headline,
But
that
it was
they
like
gave, I don't know who
orange,
wrote this, or that's just what the
and you
editor
could see
put,
that it had a
Mark
little
Carney
fucking
poses a threat to
egg thing in
national
it in its
unity.
butt,
And
and it was
so
moving. I'm like,
right,
oh, you're alive, okay. So I
Politicians,
looked
the
it up,
media,
and
voters in
it's
Central Canada, whether they realize it or not, the greatest threat to national unity is
he's in
emerging
a
not from
cocoon.
Quebec, but from on the Western Front.
It's a moth
again,
that's like in a cocoon.
revealed by a recent Polaris survey
So I
on the
moved
account of
him,
mismanagement
so
of national
hopefully he
affairs
doesn't get
by the
eaten
Liberal
by
government
birds.
and its consistent failure to address those issues of greatest concern to Western Canadians. Large numbers of Westerners simply will not stand for another 4 years of Liberal government, no matter who leads it. So I'm wondering what compelled you to write this op-ed in the Globe and Mail, and what do you make of the sort of? I mean, it went. You know, it was really noticed by the elites in Central Canada. Many of them didn't like it at all. And what did you make of the backlash to this piece?
Well, I'm glad that the Globe managed to print it. It's not in line really with the Globe's own editorial policy, but I think it's a message that voters and elites in Central Canada need to hear, that there's enormous unrest in the West and dissatisfaction with the way the federations managed, particularly the intrusion of the federal government.
That's why I don't think fucking Danielle Smith, after everything she just said too,
to the Western economy,
I don't think she was actually serious.
entire economy.
I think she was just kind of commenting on the fact that it's not really fucking possible, actually.
Energy to get to the seaboard. That unrest is just building and building, and there's an indifference to it in Central Canada. They think this is just some kind of regional whining, and I think it's a lot more serious than that. The Central Canadian
This
media
is so stupid.
always
That
seem to
blue
think
cup of
this is
water
just an Alberta
on the
phenomenon.
counter.
And the polling shows this is much broader than Alberta. It's just
Look
as
how
strong.
stupid this is.
This
I
feeling
barely
of,
put any meat in it. I can't
unrest
fucking fit
is
shit
just as
in
strong
here.
in Saskatchewan, in rural parts of Manitoba.
I wouldn't put so many on you if I knew it wouldn't.
Northern British Columbia.
Thank you.
So I wrote that to try to get the voters in
I wouldn't
Central
put
Canada
half of it.
to realize that if you re-elect,
If you had no more chicken, I'll take pork. But I'll blow my dad before I eat a burrito with a fork.
Unrest rather than a decrease in it. It'll be interesting to see the polls. The polling is being done.
You're a burrito expert. You should have told me if I'm reaching maximum burrito capacity.
Western sentiment increased or stayed the same or decreased as a result of the election. I expect it will have increased.
This man's literally about to keel over and die.
Learning this one thing completely changed my nursing shifts. Ever notice how
Well,
healthcare
you
workers
too.
walk at the end of a long shift? They're all limping, moving.
Well, there has been some polling. I'll get to that in a minute, but I just wanted to highlight a few more pieces from your op-ed and just get you to reply. I mean, first of all, that line there that
You can
no
take some of the
matter
cheese if
who
you
leads
want.
the Liberal Party, a large number
You take some
of
cheese if you want.
Westerners will simply not stand for another 4 years. You also write to voters, particularly in Central Atlantic Canada, need to recognize that a vote for the Carney Liberals is a vote for Western secession, a vote to break up Canada as we know it. And then you finish the piece by saying the next Prime Minister of Canada, if it remains Mark Carney, would be identified in the history books, tragically and needlessly, as the last Prime Minister of a united Canada. And so I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that. Do you really think that Western Canada is at the point where it won't last another 4 years, it won't stand for it, and that is perhaps how Mark Carney will go down?
I think it's the combination.
That is very upsetting.
Quebec secession sentiment is there as well. It looks like the Parti Québécois is destined to form the next government.
Four-time direct called me today. I didn't answer.
Is to hold another referendum on.
Wait. What did you just say?
As well, it looks like the Parti Québécois is destined to form the next government in Quebec. The first plank in their platform is to hold another referendum on the secession issue. So you're going to have that continued problem, probably increased on the.
I don't know where this man heard that there's going to be another referendum in Quebec. I can almost guarantee you there is not going to be another referendum because everybody on both sides were upset and felt like there was no point of doing all that because everyone was happy and they all felt like it was rigged. So the referendum is the R word up until like the past year.
phenomena. And even the misreporting on it, they keep thinking it's just an Alberta phenomenon. It's polling shows it's broader in Alberta. They also think that the
Polling
only
is
thing
the
that's being
problem.
talked about is secession.
Polls are stupid,
That's
and
not the
political
only thing
analysts
that's
are
being talked about.
usually
Other
fucking
things being
wrong
talked
and
about
have
is
a
how
fucking
could the
motive.
Federation, the federal government react in such a way as to diminish that unrest. That's just as much on the table. It's been advocated by Premier Smith and Premier Moe of Saskatchewan. So there's other options besides separation, but it's not all Alberta. There's other options other than secession, but Central Canada and elites better pay attention to it. It's got the potential to wreck the Federation.
Well, you say that central elites might be indifferent to it. In some ways, it seems like they're deliberately hostile. And I'll point to this Toronto Star article, op-ed. It wasn't even an op-ed, Preston, because it was written by someone who writes for the paper, a business columnist.
Cute.
And
I like this
the
whole
title
man.
is it
Adorable.
time for Alberta to go alone and break from Canada? And the sort of way that the Toronto Star was promoting this was let them go. Yes, it's time for Alberta to go, let them go, as in like there's some kind of a burden to the rest of Canada. Reading that as an Albertan, like what goes through your head when you see that kind of thing?
Well, that's typical of the Toronto Star. In fact, if you wanted,
You're getting mad because someone's going to give you your way. You're saying that, okay, let them go, and you're upset that that's their opinion. If they want to separate, then let them separate. That's my opinion about Quebec. I'm fucking tired of hearing it. Like, if you just fucking let them separate, I guarantee it's fucking going to go badly. But if you start being like, hey, you know what? Fine, separate. They start being like, oh, well, we're going to need our own currency, which is not fucking feasible.
For the national government, the proportion of GDP that is generated, particularly by the petroleum industry, that
Can you light one for me, please?
indicates a complete ignorance of the relevance of that fact and its relevance to even to Central Canada.
Well, it is something that I think a lot of Albertans know is how much Alberta contributes to the rest of the country above and beyond what it gets back.
I was using this
I don't know that that's common knowledge to folks in Ontario and Quebec, although it should be. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Preston, on how Premier Danielle Smith
Damn,
has
it's
sort of
the
responded.
evidence.
So the day after the election, April 30th, she came out and announced changes to the Citizens Initiative Act, which basically lowers the threshold by which a referendum can be prompted through a sort of a democratic process where where signatures requirement went from 20% of all voters down to 10% of all voters, and the threshold timeline was increased. And then last week, Premier Smith came out and announced what she calls the Alberta Accord, which is a plan to basically guarantee more pipelines for the future. She made 4 major demands, including a corridor to get Alberta energy and oil to tidewater in the Pacific, Arctic, and Atlantic.
Yeah, but she's also into nuclear power, and I don't give a shit what the argument is. Like, oh, we'll make it so that it's foolproof, not going to explode. I'm pretty sure that's what they said the first time before the nuclear plant exploded. That we have to make sure that it's
resources. And finally,
safety standards are up to code so that it doesn't explode.
Formula whereby big wealthy provinces like Quebec, Ontario, and British Columbia no longer get the transfer.
When we already have other fucking alternatives that are just as effective and less dangerous. Like, there's no real argument you can say to me.
The trucks that goes to Chernobyl and get the nuclear waste or whatever.
Okay.
Get rid of it. Has like a meter
thick to be met by the federal government and the
which
federal
stop radiation. That's the tube of the truck, and it can only be on site not more than 15 minutes.
She spells them out. Premier Moe's done the same thing.
Yeah, but how many times has government been like, we'll make it foolproof, so this can't be fucking, this can't fail. And it's just like, well, they're like the internet. Oh, download this VPN, this antivirus. Remember antiviruses? Remember McAfee?
I can't help you.
Resources. Canada is the largest country, second largest country in the world by land mass, which means you have the second largest or maybe the largest stock of natural resources.
With the big dollars,
energy, mining, forestry, and the fishing. And the fact that under the Trudeau administration, those sectors were treated as relics from the past and environmental liabilities.
Yeah, no,
But when
I looked
that's
up a little bit
those
about
are the
Tom
building
Mulcair.
blocks of the changing
I'm
economy.
like, it's
And
missing
what he's
something.
doing
Oh,
is
yeah.
asserting there's certain things that have to be done to remove the obstruction.
So now I know the whole thing about
development
Tom
of those
Mulcair.
sectors by the
And
federal
I'm pretty
government.
sure
And that's not just in
I don't
Alberta's
understand
interest,
why.
that's in the national interest.
It could
And
be
the
wrong. It
dollars
could just
now
be
in the
that like
federal government.
Wikipedia is like fucking someone from his government wrote it or something. But he's a lawyer also.
What about
He's a politician here in Outremont. He's a Quebec politician. He's a provincial politician that moved up to federal government. And they said something very specific about him being more than half ahead. Basically, what just happened with Pierre Poilievre, where he was super ahead, and then all of a sudden he had like this crazy fucking terrible loss that no one foresaw coming. What? This? Yeah.
Mhm.
Teacup.
Coke cup?
It's too rich today. You can have the rest of this one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, just open it.
Cool.
Okay, upstairs.
Oh yeah?
Oh. Okay. I'll come back down to make your coffee. Food time! Move, move, move.
Guys, it's not frozen.
What? Sorry?
Guys, it's not frozen.
Oh.
Oh.
Court, and people are going to watch the phone screen. Not just the speech. There's been talk about all this for a long time. They're going to watch whether there's any action by the federal government to address those things on their list. And in terms of the referendum, because Alberta, in Western Canada, tends to favor more democratic mechanisms, referendum, citizens initiative, clear votes in the legislature from the province. This is quite an and basically, the referendum gives people a chance
Stop using it so they
want
wouldn't
a
break more
particular
cups.
position to be adopted by the government to have a.
No, but if you put them in your cup and you actually use them, I'm just fucking
We
retarded.
mentioned earlier about having popular support in
put
the
ice in
great
the cup and
polls
break
to see what the polling numbers show. Well, last week we did get some polls. So
Yeah, I remember.
according to a new
False
poll
push.
released by City News, 36% of Albertans and a
Yeah, yeah.
majority of UCP voters want to leave Canada. Angus Reid poll also found that roughly half the people in both, to your point, Alberta and Saskatchewan would be interested in independence. And so
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know
God.
is ChatGPT.
I tried to use fucking
To the
ChatGPT
people
once and it said no
over 40
results.
who
And I
don't
said
know how
yin
to
yang
use
swans.
Tomorrow morning,
And it was like, no,
we're starting
no, no.
the 28-day AI.
Probably because I'm too poor.
I've already indicated to
Where's the what?
Mr. Poilievre
Upstairs,
that,
obviously.
if it's the decision of him and the Conservative Party to trigger, if I can put it that way, a by-election, I will ensure that it happens as soon as possible. No games, nothing, straight. I've already indicated to Mr. Poilievre that if it's the decision of him and the Conservative Party to trigger, if I can put it that way, a by-election, I will ensure that it happens as soon as possible. No games, nothing, straight.
Whatever.
I've already indicated to Mr. Poilievre that if it's the decision of him and the Conservative Party to trigger, if I can put it that way, a by-election, I will ensure that it happens as soon as possible. No games, nothing, straight.
Whatever.
Fucking
crook.
There are few things that are more cringeworthy to watch than a politician trying to be clever, especially when those comments are so tone deaf and so out of touch that eventually they have to be withdrawn. Well, enter Canada's failed finance minister, Chrystia Freeland. In the House, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was asking Freeland some legitimate questions about drug legalization and what the Liberal policy is. A policy, by the way, that most Canadians oppose. But instead of answering the question, Freeland decided to comment on Poilievre's appearance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is wearing more makeup than I am.
Wow! Perhaps Ms. Freeland has forgotten the amount of times her boss, Justin Trudeau, wore a lot of makeup, dressed up in blackface so many times that he forgot. So, Ms. Freeland, instead of focusing on the opposition leader's appearance, perhaps Canadians would be better off if you stopped trying to be clever and focused on.
Not only that, Chrystia Freeland was also the one when that fucking old lady was wearing the hat in Parliament, and she fucking literally ran up to the guy and fucking tattletaled on her and was like, she's wearing a hat which is not allowed in the House of Commons, but she was wearing the hat because she had a bald spot that she was trying to cover up. It's like, you fucking asshole. You feel fucking good about yourself that you're gonna fucking literally fucking humiliate this poor old lady because she's losing her fucking hair? Good fucking job. Congratulations. You're really fucking working hard. What's up?
I need a shirt.
Oh. No, you don't. I like you with that one.
Yeah, let's go.
No. Slut.
What?
Put some clothes on.
That's what I said. You flew me to me.
Have your rhetorical conversation. I know. Life's hard. Ezra, come save me from my abusive boyfriend.
Guess it didn't show up in court.
Shocker. Probably fucking high fucking on heroin in a hole somewhere, hopefully.
No, not hopefully. Sadly.
No, like, you should have fucking let her
Baby.
fucking die when you
I don't wish that to you. This is my one enemy. So how good I am.
Yeah, I know, but she's fucking useless to this planet. Nice shirt from a nice boyfriend.
What's this?
Oh, what I had to do with the yard, because I keep forgetting to put the leaves in the compost bags I found. I guess I could have put the rest of the compost in the, what do you call it? So I have to clean up those leaves and to take that bucket of dirt, so I have to put the punching bag on it, a pile of dirt in a wheelbarrow. Because my table broke, so.
Oh, you did that?
So I put the thing on the punching bag, hoping it would be.
Something like this.
I was hoping it would be tall enough. It's still not fucking tall enough. But I'm gonna take that bucket of dirt. I'm gonna pour it under the cedar trees because all the roots are sticking out. But I have to move the leaves first.
Sure.
They're just like suction cups stuck to the ground. Okay. Boop, boop. Taking this. And we. Burl. Yeah. And my switch. We're good.
Candy.
Oh. What?
Candy.
No, can you give me the milk? Thank you. Oh, go upstairs. Oh, what's the matter, Bobby? Okay. I have to turn you off because I need to take my pants off.